of the major plot points were resolved in season 2. So it's like, okay, where does this family and this show proceed? How does this restaurant project move forward in a compelling way? And I guess we'll see if they pull it off or not, but I will, of course, give it a try. All right, CNN presidential debate, 9 p.m. Eastern, Fox News Channel simulcast, all the analysis on the Guy Benson Show. Tomorrow, same time, same place. You won't want to miss it. We will talk to you then.
Every 3 minutes, somewhere, a Nickelback song was playing.
Yeah, it was a dark time.
Hi, I'm Cesar Milan. People are always commenting on how happy and healthy my dogs are. One of the reasons is the food my dogs eat.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a premium freeze-dried raw dog food designed to support your dog's health, happiness, and lifespan.
Their joints are more flexible, their teeth are cleaner, and their coats shinier. And why they seem more youthful even as they age.
I'm veterinarian Dr. Marty Goldstein. I've helped countless dogs thrive with one simple concept. Your dog needs a high-meat diet similar to what their ancestors ate in the wild.
Dr. Marty created Nature's Blend using 50 years of nutritional research and experience, helping dogs make incredible turnarounds. Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of Cod Krispies. They're wild-caught, ultra-crunchy cod skin treats. Go to drmartypets.com/healthy or text HEALTHY to 511-511.
Your order is backed with a 90-day guarantee.
All dogs are unique. Your dog results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Dr. Marty Pets.
Okay, so you're thinking about a used truck or SUV or maybe even a crossover or a sedan. And you want to go to Sunset because you get warranty protection for life and oil changes for life on every single qualifying vehicle, saving thousands down the road. It's a Sunset exclusive. So here's the problem. Keeping track of all the Sunset websites looking for used vehicles. There's one for Chevy, one for Ford, one for Kia, and another one for Mitsubishi. And that's just the new vehicle sites. There's also Sunset Trucks and Sunset Auto Family. But again, you want a used vehicle. So let's make it easy. SunsetUsed.com. That's it, sunsetused.com. All of Sunset's used inventory on one easy site, sunsetused.com. You'll see what dealership has the vehicle you're looking for with completely transparent pricing. Now remember, the only difference in used vehicle pricing is in the reconditioning. Some dealers do it and some don't. But Sunset has to be able to provide warranty protection for life. People who do their research, pick Sunset because you just get more at Sunset, like sunsetused.com. And people do like that.
You're home for Dan Bongino, 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
Away. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden and former President Trump are in Atlanta ahead of the CNN presidential debate, their first square-off of this election cycle.
This is a big night, but there are a lot of unknowns. Will the two men shake hands on stage when they first are called out? We don't know that. How will the new rules play out? There's no live audience, and the mics will be cut unless it's that particular candidate's turn to speak. What we do know is that voters have higher expectations for Trump than Biden tonight. A new national poll from the New York Times and Siena College just released finds that 60% of registered voters say former President Trump would perform very or somewhat well tonight. Only 46% say the same thing about Biden.
Fox Business' Grady Trimble in Atlanta. Tune in to Fox News Democracy 24 special coverage of the CNN presidential debate simulcast tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. The Supreme Court blocking a nationwide bankruptcy settlement for OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma that could have implications for families of opioid victims.
Justices were faced with deciding between keeping a bankruptcy deal approved by all 50 states in which the Sackler family agreed to pay $6 billion to communities dealing with the consequences of opioid addiction or demanding more responsibility from the family going forward.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. The ruling does leave the Sackler family open to civil suits. A federal jury has ruled the NFL must pay nearly $4.7 billion in damages for violating antitrust laws in distributing out-of-market Sunday afternoon games on its premium subscription service Sunday Ticket. The NFL maintained it has the right to sell Sunday Ticket under an exemption for broadcasting. It's expected to appeal to the Ninth Circuit and possibly to the Supreme Court. America is listening to Fox News.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text PREP to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text PREP to 42424. That's PREP to 42424.
Oh, Jesus. The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show live on AM 770 KTTH. Streaming live on the KTTH smartphone app, which you better have downloaded, because then you can listen to the debate live if you're not near a radio. We will be carrying the debate live starting at 6. In fact, it is debate night. We've got you covered. That's what's trending. Brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
What's trending? Let's debate.
Let's debate indeed. Donald Trump is taking on Joe Biden. It's the first and highly anticipated presidential debate. According to a recent AP poll, 6 in 10 Americans will be listening on KTTH radio live starting at 6 p.m. And if they, maybe they're out of market, they'll download the app or listen on the KTTH stream. Lots of people are excited. Well, is excited the right word? Lots of people are curious as to what it is they're going to see tonight. And perhaps it is not a fair question that's framing this debate, which is which Joe Biden will show up, which Donald Trump will show up. And, if you're someone who's looking for substance, well, it certainly matters which of those personalities of either of them show up. You want to get to the stuff that matters the most. I would argue, however, something does kind of matter when it comes to who's going to show up on, frankly, both sides, but really on the Biden side. Because if you've got someone who's comatose up there, if you've got someone who is giving his answers and then at some point he starts to slow down a little bit and then he mumbles, never mind, I'm not going to get into it. Anyway, like if he does that, which is his version of, I forgot what it was I wanted to say at the end of this sentence. If he does that enough, if there are enough gaffes, yeah, he's in trouble. He's done. Now, if he overperforms the expectations, it gives him and really his surrogates something to use for the next couple weeks or so. Right? I mean, they'll go out, as people saw, because they did this with the State of the Union. As people saw during the State of the Union, this is a president who can stand up to all the bullies. He's got the stamina of a 22-year-old college athlete who got held back 1 year. He had a gap year. He took some time off. He went to Europe, and then he started. But, and he went to the University of Puget Sound, so maybe we're not going to talk too much about that. But still, that's what they did. That's what they're going to do here. If he's able, remember, they set the bar very low. And you heard at the top of the hour, very few people think that Joe Biden is up to the task. Sure, that hurts him going in, but if he then is up to the task, simply showing up and not having too many gaffes, well, he's going to get a little extra points for that. And we're going to hear it over and over and over again until the next time he has a major gaffe, and then everyone forgets what happened during the debate. Again, it is June 27th. We haven't even had the conventions yet. That's how early this is. So which one does in fact show up? On the one hand, you've got a Donald Trump who has a record of prosperity when he was president, but for some people, too bold of a personality. Let's put it that way. They don't necessarily like his personality, but they like his results. So Will they put aside their feelings about his personality and help return this country to greatness? On the other hand, you've got this doddering old man who's destroying your savings account, destroying what's left of our border, pushing woke anti-racist and gender madness on your kids, on all of us. And he doesn't really have much to show for this presidency. Are people going to say, I don't like his personality on the Trump side, so I guess I'll go with another Joe Biden? And obviously, again, the age factor here is important, which is odd if you're just looking on paper because they're both very similarly aged, right? Trump is not that much younger than Joe Biden. Joe Biden, however, comes off as if he's much older than Donald Trump. There's not a single person who looks at Donald Trump and honestly says, man, that's just an old man with low energy. Unless you're, what's that 21-year-old punk kid that I hate on Twitter?
Harry Sisson.
Harry Sisson. Unless you're him, who all day tweets stuff about, look at how energetic this Joe Biden is. Oh, look at Donald Trump. That's all he does all day because they're trying to get their messaging across to younger people who were supposed to pretend follow, what's his name?
Harry Sisson.
Harry Sisson on X. No one follows. He's got more hate follows than anything. That's all he is. But his age is an issue, and apparently during the debate tonight, you're going to see an ad from Donald Trump. It's going to air on the TV side. And let's just say it's pretty direct.
When you think about the Joe Biden you saw in the debate, ask yourself a question. Do you think the guy who was defeated by the stairs, got taken down by his bike, lost a fight with his jacket, and regularly gets lost, makes it 4 more years in the White House? And you know who's waiting behind him, right? Vote Joe Biden today, hit Kamala Harris tomorrow.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
He's got to be careful. You can't overplay that hand because then it sounds mean. And remember, according to the polls, oddly enough, it's Donald Trump that's struggling with the elderly vote, the senior vote, doing much better with the younger vote, doing much better with black voters than Republicans traditionally do, Latinos for sure. And that's Republicans generally are doing better with Latino voters. But, you know, you don't want to be seen as being too harsh and mean-spirited. But you got to bring it up. It's not always easy to do. But if anyone's going to be able to do it, it'll be the guy who presumably had a whole bunch of time prepping for how they would approach this in a way that won't push people away, alienate older folks. There's going to be a lot of attention paid to will they or won't they shake each other's hands, which up until today did not even cross my mind as a potential issue. I did not think for a moment. I kind of assumed they would just be introduced from both sides of the stage and then just go to their podiums and not do anything. But Cassie Hunt, who, again, on CNN is a news person, news, not analysis, but news, said this.
Should President Biden shake Donald Trump's hand? Does he deserve that?
Well, that's up to President Biden.
Oh, is it? It's up to President
I'm
Biden.
sure
I thought
there's
it was
no
up to
love
us.
lost there. I wouldn't shake his hand.
I wouldn't shake his hand. Okay, don't shake his hand. Donald Trump should be smart and go in for a handshake, one of those, man, you've got a tight grip. What are you doing? Why are you trying to hurt me? And see Joe wince in pain. The other thing, just from a visual, Donald Trump is like 17 feet tall, and Joe Biden's kind of tiny and frail. And the two of them next to each other, one's going to come off as more dominant than the other. And the handshake tonight might be the human version of mounting, like dogs mount one another to show their dominance. I saw some of it while I was watching the webcam of my dog D'Artagnan at the daycare center today. It's like, ooh, that dog is trying to assert dominance. It wasn't D'Artagnan. Will that happen? I don't know. I do know that there's going to be this push again about the dangers that Donald Trump poses to democracy. Insert some line about fascism, insert another line about January 6th. I'm sure they'll lie again about the good people on both sides or fine people on both sides. I'm sure they'll lie over and over and over again about how Donald Trump said he's going to be a dictator day one. At some point, you just have to wonder if people will still fall for this nonsense. Michael Tyler is the comms director over at the Biden campaign, and he picked a weird way and a weird person when talking to Fox News to try to appeal to conservative voters.
So you have Republicans now like Adam Kinzinger and Jeff Duncan, the former lieutenant governor of this state in Georgia, who are endorsing Joe Biden.
No one knows who George Duncan is, first of all. There are people who... There you go. No one knows who Jeff Duncan is. Lieutenant governor. I could go outside right now and ask who's the lieutenant governor of Washington, and they're not going to be able to tell me. I barely remember Denny Heck is still a person who is in Washington state in a position of some kind of power. I think maybe, sort of, but not really. So that doesn't matter. Adam Kinzinger, you think there's a single Republican right now who heard that and said, oh, wait, Adam Kinzinger? The guy who's so unpopular he couldn't run for re-election? That guy? Oh, please, next you're going to tell me Liz Cheney now supports Joe Biden. Like, that doesn't do anything. It doesn't move the needle.
What does Dan Quayle have to say?
Dan Quayle has way more.
Yeah, he actually does. Yeah.
Right? Way more than influence than Adam Kinzinger, who put out a video that no one watched. So let's make fun of a few seconds of it.
I'm Adam Kinzinger, and I'm a proud conservative.
Did he always sound like that?
I noticed that too. It's very like high pitched and kind of squeaky, and
yeah, he's the human version of a squeaky toy, and just as annoying as one. When my dog goes all crazy, you're like, okay, enough. Play with something that's quiet.
I always have been. As a proud conservative,
with a little bit of Kermit, right? There's like a little bit of Kermit in the background.
Always put democracy and our Constitution above all else. And it's because of my unwavering support for democracy that today, as a proud conservative, I'm endorsing Joe Biden for re-election.
So wouldn't you, if you're a proud conservative, say that more reluctantly, right? Like, I reluctantly have to go with Joe Biden because of X, Y, and Z, but as a conservative, it hurts me because we don't agree on anything.
Take a shot every time he says proud conservative.
My entire life has been guided by the conviction that America is a beacon of freedom, liberty, and democracy. So while I certainly don't agree with President Biden on everything...
What do you agree with him on, Mr. Proud Conservative? Seriously, I'm legitimately curious. I know he's going to do the whole, well, you know, we're against fascism nonsense, but from a policy perspective, where do they have similarities if you are a proud conservative? What he means to say is he's a CNN conservative. What he means to say is, I'm proud to put out this video because I think it might lead to me getting my contract extended by a few months on CNN so they can say that they have conservatives on their network.
And I never thought I'd be endorsing a Democrat for president. I know that he will always protect the very thing that makes America the best country in the world, our democracy. Donald Trump poses a direct threat to every fundamental American value.
Everyone.
He doesn't care about our country. He doesn't care about you. He only cares about himself. And he'll hurt anyone or anything in pursuit of power. We saw that when he tried to overturn an election that he knew he lost in 2020. Now he's become even more dangerous. He's called for termination of the Constitution. He wants to be a dictator on day one. He actually said that.
No, he didn't. I'm so sick and tired of this. Here's what he said. Yeah, I'm going to be a dictator day one because I'm going to close the border. Sean Hannity was like, that's not being a dictator. I know. That's what we're talking about. He made a joke to point out how Joe Biden doesn't do anything at the border, okay? And yet we still hear this silly lie be told over and over and over again. It drives me nuts. Now, Donald Trump, not long ago, posted a Truth Social image or an image on Truth Social with some of his notes for his debate prep. And again, given his TV background, I'm willing to bet he's probably pretty good about memorizing talking points, right? Or scripts. And all of this is scripted to a point. I'm sure both sides have some line that they want to use. I heard earlier today the reporting was that Joe Biden was trying to memorize a whole bunch of one-liners, like zingers. And imagine how that's going to go when you don't have any notes and you're 112 years old and you're already struggling. He's going to combine like 4 different one-liners into one one-liner. And it's going to be a mess. But I'm looking here on climate change, oddly enough, is what he posted. And some of the bullet points. Under my administration, CO2 emissions went down. At the same time, we became more American energy dominant. Biden just increased the energy cost for everyone. Biden rejoined the Paris Climate Accord. All that does is send American dollars to overseas to benefit other countries like China. Another piece was, if you get pushback during rebuttal and you need another point, Joe Biden is shutting down U.S. energy, canceling pipelines, stopping federal leases. We still need the energy. It's an interesting issue to post as your notes on Truth Social. We haven't really heard much about energy policy and energy independence. It's incredibly important, but why would he possibly put this one up instead of immigration or something else? Any ideas? I'll give you a hint. The answer is Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Exactly.
Swing state.
Exactly. And what's of importance to them?
Energy.
Yeah. They're not obviously the only ones, but that's probably why he put that up there. And the funny thing is, as I was thinking about all the topics that could come up tonight, I didn't think about energy policy one time. When was the last time we had a conversation about energy policy? We've talked about gas prices, and we sometimes get into policy, I guess, but we don't really talk about that as a theme anymore. It's incredibly important. And that's yet another issue that does better, I think, for Donald Trump than for Joe Biden. So all of the coverage will start live, 6 o'clock. Afterwards, we'll have some post-debate analysis. I hope you'll tune in. And again, if you don't have the KTTH app, you should download it now. We'll send you an alert once we're live with the debate so you don't miss a second. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending in King County?
So the lunacy continues as officials are still moving forward with a plan to close the juvenile detention facility because the people in charge are abolitionists. Just because we're not really talking about the defund movement and that activism anymore doesn't mean that they're gone. They installed themselves in positions of power. And a lot of these folks are just also bureaucrats who have institutionalized their change. And we told you several months ago that the plan in King County, courtesy of Dow Constantine, who used to be in favor of juvenile detention facilities until politically it was more advantageous for him to say that he's against them, they're going to close down the juvenile jail, which means dangerous criminals will be still out there and they will prey on future victims. But to the radical left, juvenile suspects and juveniles who've been convicted of crimes, they see them as victims. Why? Because when you look at the demographics, they represent a disproportionate number of quote-unquote black and brown kids. And that fact alone means the justice system is systemically racist, it must be dismantled, and we must rebuild it in the eyes of a progressive radical. There was a hearing yesterday. Councilmember Reagan Dunn was all like, I'm the one normal person on this council, and I have a proposal. And by proposal, I mean it just says we're keeping the juvenile jail open.
If you closed it, then immediately we would have a big number of juvenile violent criminals out on the street. In that facility, they have access to services like drug counseling, alcohol treatment. They've got mental health counseling, access to medication.
And of course, his argument is sound, it's reasonable, it's logical, which is why they tabled it and will eventually just ignore it. And as is usually the case, professional activists decided to organize and provide public comment while the rest of us were at work. This is what they do for work. And they called in and did their Zoom public testimony, and boy, did they outdo themselves with their ignorance this time.
I'm here today in strong opposition of CM Dunn's amendment. We ask the county to continue to commit
to working towards closing the detention center. Incarceration causes harm and it solves nothing. It creates enormous barriers to education, housing, employment.
You know who can't get housing or employment, education? The people that get murdered by some of these juveniles. This whole idea that putting someone in jail doesn't help, it just hurts, it creates all of these barriers. Yeah, well, okay. That doesn't mean we're not going to want to punish someone who commits horrific criminal acts that forever change the lives of their victims. And of course, this wasn't the only one who called in with that kind of comment. Here's another one. Her name is Izzy.
Incarceration is harmful to our young people and our communities.
Just real quickly, are their crimes harmful to the criminal to the criminal's victims? To the community?
Yeah.
Because they never say that. They never point that out.
It's counterproductive to King County's stated goals, and it's incredibly ineffective as a method for achieving safe and healthy communities.
Oh, you see, it actually makes us more dangerous when you put the person who is violating the law behind bars where they can't violate the law and create new victims in our communities. It's actually more dangerous to lock them up. Yeah.
My brain hurts now.
Why? It makes total sense. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. The opposite is true. It turns out that when you put someone... Here's a little thought experiment. Let's say John commits an assault against Jane. Okay, it happened. We all agree that that's bad, dangerous. Yeah, okay. If John wasn't in King County at the time, would he still have assaulted Jane? No. Okay, now go with me for a moment. You're gonna have to use both sides of your brain. If John was in jail at the time, could he have assaulted Jane at that time?
No.
It was a trick question. She was in jail too.
Oh.
No, see, no, the answer is no, which means when you put someone who's dangerous in jail, guess what? You are, in fact, making life safe.
King County has declared racism a public health crisis, and our young people from historically oppressed communities continue to be disproportionately impacted by incarceration.
They're also disproportionately impacted by the crimes that are being committed, but do you believe, Izzy, serious person's name, that the crimes that are being alleged or that these kids have found themselves guilty of, was that false? Did it not occur, or did it occur? The part that they never seem to acknowledge is, yeah, it's disproportionate. Fine. Okay. Are you suggesting, though, that they didn't commit the crime, or they still did commit the crime? So if it is a disproportionate number of, rapists, or insert whatever demographic it was, you're going to say that because it's disproportionate, we're going to go easy on those folks rather than punish them? Does that make any sense? Now, sometimes I've heard, well, white people are committing crimes too. Okay, well, then shouldn't we spend more time focused on putting them in jail if they're committing crimes, not let the criminals go who are getting caught? It doesn't really make any sense. None of this makes sense. None of it makes sense. And they're the ones in charge. They're the ones in charge. Figure that one out. 1-800-465-8770 for your texts. If you go to our social media accounts, you will see my weekly video update brought to you by your local tax expert and advocate Greg Nunn of Nunn Better Tax Resolution. This week, I show you why the used EV market is collapsing and what that actually means for policies here in Washington State. Check it out, facebook.com/Jason Rantz Show or twitter.com/Jason Rantz. That's me. Put the show at the name of my name, and that's what you're listening to.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
If you're looking for a weight loss plan that is efficient, that is convenient, you found one with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Hey, it's Jason Rantz here. EastsideWeightLossClinic.com is their website. What you'll learn quickly about this program is that it is convenient. There are a lot of programs that force you to go into their offices once a week. You do a quick weigh-in. You get some food that comes in these weird boxes that you have to put like a cup and a half of water into and then microwave for 3.5 minutes, and then it becomes something that's kind of edible, maybe, sort of. And you're just miserable. But with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, you never go in. You never have to ever go into their offices because you do it all online on their app. And you get to eat real food. There's no gimmicks. But if you have specific questions about your situation, get a 15-minute phone consultation. There's no pressure. There's no obligation. 425-403-7670 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com. 425-403-7670 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
AM 770 KTTH is teaming up with Global Credit Union to support our veterans with the Invest in Our Veterans program. For more than 75 years, Global Credit Union has been committed to our military communities and to organizations that back our military and their families. Do you know a nonprofit serving our heroes that could use additional funding? Head to mynorthwest.com/veterans to nominate an organization to receive $1,000 to support their mission. Let's invest in our veterans. Go to mynorthwest.com/veterans.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
A couple of different ways that you can develop a retirement income stream that is infallible. It's simply not subject to the risk and loss of the marketplace.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth. Saturdays at 10 a.m. and Sundays at noon on AM 770 KTTH.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-3536, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by General Transmission Repair.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. We might potentially tomorrow, and if I were a betting man, which actually I am, I would bet that tomorrow the Supreme Court comes out with its decision in Johnson v. Grants Pass. This can completely upend the homelessness policy that has been forced upon all of us on the West Coast. Anyone, any state that is subject to rulings from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals knows that we now live with a radical policy that does not allow cities to do what's best for their own citizens as it relates to homelessness. You cannot sweep a homeless encampment, no matter how much crime is happening there, no matter how dangerous it is, no matter how inhumane it is to keep them there, unless you've got a bed waiting for them at a shelter that's quote unquote nearby. What does that mean? Well, we don't really know. But that is a policy that has been forced upon us. Grants Pass, Oregon. This is the first good thing to potentially come out of Oregon in a long time, right? I think that that's fair to say. They're out saying, no, we don't like this policy. We want to clear this encampment because insert encampment at this one particular location is filled with criminal drug addicts, and it's causing a whole bunch of problems for our communities. It is not safe. We do not want it. And it shouldn't be on us to constantly have to find them any kind of housing arrangement when they say no anyway. And part of the reason they say no is because they know that we're not really going to have to be able to hassle them all that often. So they took this all the way to the Supreme Court. I thought we were going to get the decision today, so much so that I pre-wrote my article assuming that they're going to, in their infinite wisdom on the conservative side with Grants Pass. That's based on listening to the oral arguments and the questions and the positions. It's going to be a 6-3, that's my guess, decision in favor of Grants Pass, but we didn't get it today. Chief Justice Roberts signaled that we're going to get some decisions, not just tomorrow, which is normally the last day of the session, but it's going to be extended into next week. It's rare, but it does happen. I think they have 12 cases left, and for the most part, we're talking about the biggies. There are a couple little ones in there that are important, but not ones that people are paying all that much attention to. The biggest one, of course, being presidential immunity, as well as the January 6th charges, which also impacts Donald Trump. Those are the two biggies. They might drop one tomorrow, and then they'll drop another big one next week. They don't generally put all the biggies in one day, but I'm hoping we get the Grants Pass decision tomorrow. And it would mean that basically cities are no longer beholden to the radical left policies, and cities like Burien that has leaders that actually want to clear things up, they'll be able to move forward with their own policies, their own ordinance. And the people whose preferred policies, the radical ones that they're currently utilizing, those people behind the failures that we have seen, they are the ones screaming the loudest about how dangerous it will be if SCOTUS were to overturn the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling. Oh, they are very, very, very upset. And I think we should listen to the people who have been in charge this entire time as homelessness has gotten worse, because that makes a whole lot of sense. Right. Here's Seattle U law professor Sarah Rankin to King 5.
Those cities who take that approach.
Cities are not people. You can't say who. Okay? You're a law professor.
It could result in a mass migration of unhoused people from locations where their existence is prohibited to other locations across the Ninth Circuit where it's not.
Okay, so what's your problem then? What she's basically saying is that the folks in Burien who are homeless, they will end up, because they're being removed and banned from certain spots, they might move to places like Seattle, which has indicated it's not going to change its approach to homelessness. Okay. Good policies have an impact. Bad policies have an impact. This is the impact. Of course, everyone could get on the same page. I know it's not going to happen, but all the cities can say, you know what, we're just going to be hard on the people who we need to be hard on. We're just going to be in their faces every single day. If they want to camp out here, we're going to make it difficult. We're going to offer them the services, but if they still say no, okay, that's on them. That's their decision. But let's make it so they don't have anywhere to go, so that they eventually will just say, okay, fine, yes, I will take you up on your offers of resources. I will get on that right path. But of course, they're not going to do that because there's a stigma or something. Try to make sense of this nonsense.
Cities will be emboldened to do those things, but they will be met with the sort of arrows that lawyers still have in their quiver.
Oh, so in other words, you're going to pull a Joe Biden. SCOTUS says one thing. Joe Biden's all like, I'm going to ignore that. It's kind of what she's saying, a version of it. At least it's adjacent to that strategy. Oh, well, we'll still find ways to get in the way of policy that probably would work, but it's not our idea, and it's not driven by our own ideology. So, we're going to try to do what we can to stop it. Will this issue come up tonight during the debate? Don't know. I hope it does. Homelessness has gotten worse in large part because of the drug crisis. A lot of this is fueling the crime that's impacting left-wing cities. It's impacting right-wing cities as well. The difference is one is willful. One is allowing it to happen. Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, New York, Chicago, Atlanta, D.C., they all allow it to happen, the leaders there. Now, one issue that I'm certain will come up tonight during the debate, which we'll be carrying live at 6 p.m., is illegal immigration. That probably will be pretty prominently on display tonight. And there, unfortunately, is now yet another murder to choose from to highlight the problem. A guy named Oved Bernardo Mendoza Argueta, a 37-year-old from El Salvador, where he is a citizen. He's been charged with capital murder. They say he shot and killed 2 people at a Chick-fil-A in Irving, Texas. It actually happened yesterday afternoon. He has an ICE hold on him. You know why they might put a detainer on him? Any ideas? Say because he's in this country illegally and they don't want him to get away.
Because he's here illegally and they don't want him to get away.
Precisely. Exactly. So you can now add that to the list of crimes that Donald Trump can choose from to highlight, to talk about the real impact of Biden's open border policies. Just think about it this way. In the last week, we have, what, a half a dozen high-profile crimes that you can choose from? Like really exceptionally serious crimes. We're not even talking about serious crimes, but a guy who's in this country illegally punching a cop. Awful. Don't want it to happen. That's not the kind of crime. That crime pales into comparison to a murder. Rachel Morin, mother of 5, she was murdered. The accused is Victor Martinez Hernandez, also from El Salvador. He's in this country illegally. Johan Jose Rangel Martinez and Franklin Jose Peña Ramos, they're accused of murdering this poor 12-year-old girl out of Houston, Jocelyn Nungare. Both of them are from Venezuela. Both of them came into the country illegally near El Paso. Both of them were captured by Border Patrol and then released from custody. Police say the poor girl, 12 years old, was stripped naked, then assaulted, then murdered. Then you've got that 13-year-old girl who was kidnapped and raped while being filmed. She was being videoed, allegedly by Christian Giovanni Inga Landi from Ecuador, in this country illegally, that happened in New York. This was a rape that happened in broad daylight at a park. Then we just found out, this one was new. I didn't hear about this one until this morning. A migrant from Turkey, Sakir Akan, 21 years old. He was just arrested in Albany, New York, for allegedly raping a 15-year-old girl that he forced into the backseat of his car after threatening to beat her with a metal pole. Yeah, another person in this country illegally making victims out of people. It's disturbing, of course. He has all of these crimes to choose from tonight. Just to make the point about how we are becoming victimized in ways that are willful. From a policy standpoint, from Democrats, every single one of those crimes, every single one of them, I'm confident, would not have happened had we had a meaningful border policy, actual security. They would not have happened. They wouldn't have been able to get into this country illegally. Some people still sneak into this country even when you've got everything in order. Sure. But how many do you think would be able to get across and commit these kinds of crimes? Certainly fewer than what we have now. These were all avoidable. And I know what Joe Biden will do, and maybe even the CNN moderators. Donald Trump, you got in the way of bipartisan legislation to close the border. No, he didn't. The border wasn't going to be closed. Joe Biden will come out there and say, because of the lack of Republican support, I decided finally, executive order, close that border. Look, 40% fewer people getting caught coming across the border. Well, you also told them exactly the way to come in illegally but legally. And you could have made that decision at any point, that executive order, the feckless one, you could have done at any other point, right? You do know that you didn't have to wait 3.5 years after dismantling a whole bunch of policies that Donald Trump put in place, which led to a pretty good stretch of time where we didn't have a whole bunch of illegal immigrants coming into this country and committing crimes. You got rid of all those policies. Then you had the audacity to tell us there was no problem at the border. What problem? What border? What are you talking about? We don't have a border. What are you smoking over there? Everything's fine. It's totally secure. How many times did Mayorkas say that? Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. How many times did he get in front of Congress under oath? Our border is secure. We do not have a border problem. ISIS terrorists are not coming into this country. Then you got people who pretend that because it's a quote-unquote small number of murders or other crimes that are being committed by illegal immigrants, we'll get into one congressman who basically made that point a little bit later on in the show, but they're like, it's such a small number. It's not that big of a deal. Really? Okay, why don't you tell that to the family of the people who were either murdered or raped or both? Go tell them that it's not that big of a deal. I'm sure the family of Rachel Morin will feel great, or Jocelyn will feel great when you say, look, I mean, sure, what happened to your kids sucks, but it only happened to those two. Think about all the millions of other kids who weren't murdered and raped. Think about all the others, all the other mothers of 5 that didn't get murdered and raped. This was just one woman. Relax, my God. Stop getting into such a bad mood over it. What's going on over there? Would you get up on the wrong side of the bed? Yeah, unfortunately, every single day that they wake up, it's going to feel that way because that pain of losing that loved one is not going to go away. A pain caused by lack of border security. While you were pretending there wasn't an issue at the border, people were coming into this country illegally. And they end up murdering, raping, assaulting innocent people. 1-800-465-8770 if you want to send me a text. 1-800-465-8770. Follow me on Instagram, on Facebook, or Twitter, or X. And today you'll see the weekly video update brought to you by your local tax expert and advocate Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution. This week we take you on the disaster, the collapsing of the used EV market and how it impacts you. It's a Jason Rantz Show.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes around the Sound for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. And with my luxurious marketing, you'll attract tons of buyers, sell fast at top dollar, and net more money. Because Upgrade Realty will save you thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
For most people, retirement's a journey that's only taken once in a lifetime. You can't afford to make a mistake that could jeopardize your quality of life in retirement. That's where Brian Evans of Madrona Financial and CPAs comes in. As both a financial advisor and CPA, Brian has the knowledge and tools to talk sound financial planning and taxes. And Brian shares a strategy every week in his show, Growing Your Wealth. For straight talk and honest answers, join Brian for Growing Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 7 here on AM 770 KTTH.
Hey, it's me, your liver. You know, the organ that helps you recover every weekend after pizza, donuts, and all those drinks. When you have a headache, you take an aspirin. You have a stomach ache, you pop an antacid. But where's the love for your best buddy, the liver? The least that you could do to help me stay healthy is take Active Liver from New Nordic. Active Liver tablets contain high-quality, all-natural ingredients like milk thistle, globe artichoke, and turmeric extracts, which are proven to keep me healthy and you feeling your best. Active Liver provides an easy daily detox and helps protect me all year long. So let me make you an offer you can't refuse. You take care of me with Active Liver, and I keep taking care of you. Capiche?
See for yourself why Active Liver is Scandinavia's #1 liver health supplement. You can find Active Liver at CVS and online at Amazon, Target.com, or directly from NewNordicUSA.com. Again, find it in stores at CVS or online at Amazon, Target.com, or NewNordicUSA.com.
Are you confident your retirement portfolio is protected in today's inflationary environment? Risk management against inflation has never been more important. Join Bulwark Capital's Zach Abraham for a special inflation webinar this afternoon.
With the election looming, continued global unrest, rising cost of living, and this crazy market volatility, protecting retirement portfolios has never been more critical, and it's our #1 focus.
Don't just ride out inflation. Join Zach for his live inflation webinar this afternoon.
We do it always seeking opportunities to lower risk, lower cost, and give you as much upside as possible.
Don't miss Zach's special inflation live webinar this afternoon at 3:30. Register now at knowyourriskradio.com. That's knowyourriskradio.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Trek Financial LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investments involve risk and are not guaranteed. Past performance doesn't guarantee future results. Trek 24244. Go to knowyourriskradio.com.
This is David at Northwest Safe. June is Liberty Safe's annual safety month. The only time you can save 10% off all Liberty Safes all month long. Better yet, Northwest Safe has dealer-exclusive rebates that can save you hundreds over ordering factory direct. We have the largest selection of safes in stock and ready for immediate delivery. For the best selection, service, and in-home setup, visit Northwest Safe. Family owned since 1988. See us online at nwsafe.com.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show on this debate night. We'll be carrying the debate live tonight at 6 p.m. Debate from Atlanta. We'll be covering it. Then we got you the post-debate analysis. And then, of course, all day tomorrow we'll be tackling different aspects of the debate. What Armstrong and Getty cover will be different than what Dan Bongino covers, which is different than what Guy Benson will cover, and then will be different than what I cover. So we're going to get you, well, covered tomorrow, all day. There was a story about a comment that Stephen A. Smith, the insufferable ESPN guy, had with what is it, Rich Eisen. And it was funny because I look at this and I say, yeah, they're right. He talked about how a boss over at ESPN, or the boss, or bosses, told ESPN talent to stop talking about politics while on air. And just looking at the headline was like, good. That's a smart decision. Turns out ESPN is supposed to be about sports and not politics. And there is, of course, a little bit of overlap from time to time, but not that much to justify changing ESPN into an MSNBC light kind of station. Here's Stephen A. Smith.
When Jimmy Pitaro arrived around 2017, 2018, he wanted us to veer away from politics, and he was absolutely right because it was hurting the network and things of that nature. I completely supported him then. I completely support him now.
It feels good when you can say something like that about a boss without knowing you're only saying it to be a suck-up. Because I believe Stephen A. Smith, when he says this, that he's being honest and genuine. And it's refreshing to hear someone not just immediately complain about, like, the boss is telling you what to do and what. Yeah, first of all, they get to do that. They're your boss. But two, how long did we go with a lot of ESPN personalities complaining that they couldn't say anything on air? What's her name from
Jamel Hill?
Oh, that one. She's like, that person who you just said to me is like Donald Trump to Whoopi. That if she says the name,
just spit it out.
She just spits. So I'm not even going to go that far. I'm not even going to say the name Jamel Hill. She's insufferable, and she, of course, was doing nothing but getting political, and it's not what people went to ESPN for, including, by the way, folks who were liberal. Like, they're trying to go to sports to escape all that garbage, only to then have truly stupid people lecture you about issues surrounding race and culture and gender and fascism.
You tune into ESPN, that's what you're looking for and whatever. But in the same breath, we're not monolithic people. We have an abundance of ideas and passions and interests that we like to touch on that fuels our spirit and our soul on a lot of different levels. And when you don't see me talking about those things, it's primarily because I'm appeasing the bosses and the network that I work for. It's not because I'm running from it, because I'm not scared. I don't mind tackling those issues.
No, we got it. You're a beast. God, I can't stand him. I don't know why or when he became a sort of a conservative-friendly guest, because he gets put on conservative shows on Fox all the time now. But he's obviously right. Look, we don't have any editorial guidelines here, but I can guarantee you, not guidelines, but mandates on what I can and can't talk about. Guarantee you, if I start talking soccer all day, someone's going to pull me into the office and say, what's it say under 770 KTTH's logo?
Conservative talk radio.
Okay. Soccer is most definitely not conservative, it's socialist. And it's not political. Well, can we pay you to talk about politics? Well, the same is true over at ESPN. They get paid to talk about sports. That's what they're there for. That's what they're there for. And, this extends, I think, into a related issue around athletes and their politics while at a stadium, right? We're not talking about what they're doing when they're not playing. We're talking about what they bring to the office. Stop that. You don't get to do that. And you're not a victim if you get punished in some way as a result of ignoring your actual job. So kudos to Stephen Smith for saying that. Beyond that, though, I find him insufferable and I can't just stop. I'm not the only one, right? I feel like now that he's seen as someone who's at least a little bit conservative or at least moderate Democrat. I think some of the issues that I've heard him speak of, he seems sometimes he's still insufferable, but at least somewhat reasonable. Or at least he's fair-minded on these issues and he's willing to talk with other people. That alone makes him a moderate Democrat. And ever since that, I feel like I've seen even more hate for him. Because he's already hated for the most part, right?
He's certainly an acquired taste.
Yeah, he's incredibly annoying and just yells into the microphone with that weird, distinct sort of, it's almost lyrical the way he presents his yelling. But I'm glad people are still hating on him, despite making a good point from, now and again. There's a story today out about Walgreens, and I can already tell you how the left will frame this. They revealed that they're going to be closing certain stores across the country. Tim Wentworth, the CEO, in an interview with the Wall Street Journal, said a significant share of its roughly 8,600 stores will close. Now, what does that mean? I don't know, but significant? At least what, 20%, 25% is probably considered significant? And then we'll get a bunch of these editorializing news articles and like the Times and whatnot talking about how disproportionately this is impacting communities of color that no longer have access to, drugstores. It's leading to pharmacy deserts, I'm sure they'll call this if they don't already use it. But you know what point they're missing in this story? Because obviously, no one wants to see their pharmacy get closed. No one wants to see their anything get closed. These are underperforming stores. That's kind of a key piece to all of this. When someone tells you that this is going to result in pharmacy deserts, meaning you're going to be in a neighborhood that doesn't have easy access to a pharmacy. You're going to have to drive somewhere, somewhat far away. Just tell them, well, they weren't going there to begin with. They weren't going there, and that's why it's closed. It's really that simple. And I understand why we're seeing these kinds of changes in the pharmacy world. What's the one big thing they're now competing with that they used to not have to worry about?
Like online? Yeah.
Online. You can go to Amazon. They do this. I get my asthma medication from PillPack, which was purchased, I think, by Amazon. I haven't gone to a pharmacy in the longest time. Well, there was that one rash we don't want to talk about. But other than that, I haven't gone to a pharmacy in forever. I don't even know where the nearest pharmacy to my home is. I have no idea. I do it all online. Are there times in which it's an emergency and you absolutely need to get the medication? Yeah, well, at that point, then you can find where the pharmacy is and go there. But for the most part, that's not how these drugs are working. You get them sent every single month, your asthma inhaler or your diabetes medication, your heart medication, whatever it is. Walgreens and Rite Aid and all the other ones, that's what they're competing with at a time where, they're getting robbed left and right, which obviously doesn't help things. But we'll all be okay. You'll all get your medication. 1-800-465-8770.
If I have one bit of advice for people who are in pain, it's to do a bit of self-reflection. Do you want to trade physical pain for the pain of being addicted to meds that are not, in the long run, going to do anything to solve the core issue? Or would you prefer instead to solve the core issue? You know what causes a lot of pain? A mess up in the brain-body connection. Want to know who fixes that for me? The Yardley Institute. Go to yardleyinstitute.org. That's yardleyinstitute.org.
There's over 50 Chevrolet dealerships located in Washington State, most in the biggest cities like Seattle, Tacoma, Spokane, Everett, Puyallup, Bellevue, Federal Way, Renton. You get the idea. All the biggies. Then there's some in the smallest towns, too, like Sumner, population about 9,700, and home of Sunset Chevrolet, Washington State's #1 volume Chevrolet dealer month after month. Let that sink in. Is it because Sunset has the lowest prices? Could be. But all Chevrolet dealers pay exactly the same for the same vehicles from the factory. So it's probably not price. Even though no one can get you a new Chevrolet quicker or for less than Sunset. And that's guaranteed. Here's what it is. You just get more from Sunset. Like warranty protection for life and oil changes for life, saving you thousands down the road. And no one will pay you more for your trade. That's why more people go to Sunset Chevrolet from all over the state to get their new Chevrolet. So find new roads to Sunset Chevrolet in downtown Sumner. You just get more from Sunset, and people do like that.
911, what's your emergency? Someone on the other line said they kidnapped my son.
On September 12, 1995, McKay Everett disappeared from his home in Conroe, Texas.
There was no sign of forced entry. It was just as if McKay had walked out of his own free will.
And to this day, McKay's mother, Paulette, feels that justice was never truly served. Ransom is available now. Listen at ransompodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, I'm Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft, and we've got an offer you're not going to want to wait for. We'll custom build you all new cabinet doors and drawer fronts, and using our exclusive 1/4-inch solid wood refacing process, transform your existing cabinets into a beautiful new kitchen. Add a custom quartz countertop, change things up a bit, add some more cabinets, install some cool new features like soft close drawers and sliding shelves. Whatever you like, we'll help you create the new kitchen you'll be proud of. All in about a week, and all with way less mess, hassle, and expense than a tear out. Stop waiting. We're having a trade-in sale. You'll save $30 per door and drawer front off the cost of your new kitchen. Count them up and see how much you'll save. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Call today and let one of our pros come out and show you how easy and comfortable it'll be to get going on your new kitchen. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
You're home for Ben Shapiro, 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233 VU Seattle.
Final preparations. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Just 2 hours until the CNN presidential debate, and both sides say their candidates are ready.
Whenever there's an opportunity for the president to speak directly to American public, in this instance, it'll be millions of Americans watching. He takes that opportunity very seriously.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, Trump campaign spokesperson Caroline Leavitt on what topics should be covered.
We hope that they will focus on inflation and immigration, because poll after poll shows us that both of those issues are the #1 and 2 issues in this country right now.
Tune in to Fox News Democracy 24 special coverage of the CNN presidential debate simulcast tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. Oklahoma State Superintendent says public schools must teach the Bible.
Superintendent Ryan Walters posted this in a video to X.
The Bible is a necessary historical document to teach our kids about the history of this country, to have a complete understanding of Western civilization, to have an understanding of the basis of our legal system,
as well as the Constitution. The CEO of Americans United for Separation of Church and State said this is Christian nationalism. The Oklahoma Education Association said teaching the Bible as history is permissible, but teaching religious doctrine is not. The superintendent's decision comes 2 days after the state Supreme Court ruled that the first publicly funded religious charter school is unconstitutional.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. A grand jury investigating the police response to a shooting at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas in 2022 that killed 19 children and 2 teachers, has indicted 2 people who were in law enforcement at the time of the shooting. The officers, who were not identified, face charges of injury to a child by omission. The officers face up to 2 years behind bars, a $10,000 fine if convicted on the state jail felony charges. The indictment's coming after a 6-month grand jury investigation that included months of testimony. America is listening to Fox News.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text PREP to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text PREP to 42424. That's PREP to 42424.
Folks! The yellow light! Dude, I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show live on AM 770 KTTH, streaming on the KTTH smartphone app on this debate night, 2 hours away from live debate coverage right here on KTTH. We've got our own campaign season happening right here in Washington, unfolding right before our very eyes. And Bob Ferguson's first TV ad, oh my God, the gaslighting is strong. It's transparent, but it's very strong. It's also what's trending.
What's trending on the campaign trail?
Bob Ferguson running for governor. He's going to get into the general. There's no doubt about it. He will be facing Dave Reichert. There's no doubt about it. And he's trying to completely rewrite history. Completely rewrite history. By pretending all of the positions he previously took didn't actually occur. He never said that. What? I never supported drug legalization. I wasn't a leading voice to get us to decriminalize drug use and then, of course, have it lead to record high fatal overdoses. I didn't do. What are you talking about? That wasn't me. Go after cops? No, I love cops. They're my favorite. I mean, yeah, I spent the last several years trying to throw them in jail, but I love cops. I want to hire more cops. I'll somehow do that as governor. I'm not entirely sure how a governor hires cops, unless he's talking about his security detail, I suppose. But let's listen to at least a portion of his horrible first TV ad.
I'm running for governor so families have an easier time making ends meet, and our loved ones, like Jack and Katie, have a safe and secure future. I'll work to lower costs, invest in technical education and apprenticeships.
Okay, so a couple things, and I'll let him finish. Number one, talking about costs. Housing? Is that what he's talking about?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Inflation?
Yeah.
That's obviously adding to the cost of gas?
Yeah.
Okay. Which party is responsible for that?
I believe the one in power, which is the Democrats.
I just wanted to, you're looking at me like those were rhetorical questions. No, I just wanted to, you know how sometimes you need someone to check your work? I needed someone to check my positions.
And I'll hire more police officers so we combat crime, improve public safety, and get those in crisis the care they need.
Hey, Bobby. I can call him Bobby. We're buddies. How does a governor hire cops? And how does a governor of a party responsible for the crime crisis tackle the crime crisis where to this day y'all deny your policies are responsible? I'm legitimately curious. You've got Democrats who have been fighting to keep criminals out of jail, to put sex offenders in communities with a bunch of kids. You've got policies that have been forwarded to get rid of stacking enhanced charges for gun violence. Y'all pushed forward a piece of legislation to go easy on drive-by shooters. You refused to put criminals in jail. Juvenile criminals? You're trying to close a juvenile jail. So please tell me, what exactly is the plan? Are you going to go to the Democrats and say, I need you all to change your ideological position because it's too extreme? And they're all going to be all like, oh, okay. Thanks, Bob. And if you really want to make this about public safety, awesome. I'm sure Dave Reichert would love that. The guy who actually has a record of going after criminals as someone who was literally in law enforcement. That industry, that profession that you loathe, Bob Ferguson.
It's kind of his bread and butter, really.
Why would it's just so silly to turn this into that issue? And Dave Reichert's camp's probably loving it. Anything to get away from having to talk about abortion, which he's kind of in a weird pickle about. On the one hand, people are now claiming that he's anti-abortion, and then the other camp is saying he's pro-abortion. Both the semi-group of people, semi-bird cultists, say he's pro-choice. Dave Reichert is not pro-choice. Just because he doesn't want to ban abortion in the state of Washington, or not that he could, but move in that direction because it's against the people's desire. It's very clearly against what the people of Washington state want. Very clear. So why would he, as a governor, push us in that direction? That doesn't make him pro-choice. It makes him someone who's listening to the constituents, which is something that is lacking and has been lacking for decades in Washington state. I want him paying attention to the things that, number one, he actually has some control over, and number two, that we can get a bunch of people to create so much momentum in favor of that Democrats wouldn't be able to stop it if, God forbid, they held on to as much power in Olympia as they currently hold on to.
It won't be easy, but I've never been satisfied with the status quo.
What?
It's kind of your thing, man.
That's all he's been satisfied with. Every day he wakes up and says, how can I go ahead and sue Donald Trump? Is this press release sufficient for my campaign? He's been running for how long now? Like over a decade. He's been running for governor. He doesn't like the status quo. I mean, in fairness, things have gotten worse. Right? That's not status quo. He hasn't done anything about it. I guess that's the status quo. But homelessness has gotten worse. Crime has gotten worse. Cost of living.
I refuse contributions from big corporations.
Except for the big corporations that give him money. Outside of that, he refuses money from big corporations. Aside from taking money from big corporations, he doesn't take money from big corporations.
So my focus will be getting things done for Washington, not powerful interests.
Unless they're unions. Do unions count as interests? Have we redefined that word like all the other words that the left have redefined? Okay.
Together, we'll make our state safer and more affordable so we can all spend more time with our families and build a stronger future.
Well, I don't like my family.
Bob Ferguson for governor.
Oh. I'm Bob Ferguson, and I approve this message. Yeah, that's pathetic. And there is a reason why his support is so soft. That Rasmussen poll has to be freaking them out. You talked to, 880 people? He had 33% support, 31% to Dave Reichert. I have to assume the 5% that's with Mark Mullet. Obviously, and I like Mark. He's not going to make it to the general unless something, dramatic happens. But you have to assume those 5% probably more likely to go to Reichert than to Bob Ferguson. They're going with Mark Mullet because he's a moderate Democrat. Bob Ferguson is pretending to be a moderate Democrat now, but that 5% of vote, they're all like, yeah, no, we're not dumb. We know what he stands for. We'll go with the moderate Republican. Let's give him a shot. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Everything is racist.
Everything is racist, according to Bob Ferguson, and he has announced this new hotline that his office is putting forward thanks to a Senate bill that was passed by Seattle's Javier Valdez, state senator. It is the Hate Crimes and Bias Incidents Hotline. First, it's going to operate in King, Clark, and Spokane counties. Goes into effect July 2025, so they're getting a real head start on this. It'll be statewide 2027. And what this is for is to call to say there was a hate incident of some kind, and they then write it down without vetting, and then they'll put together a report that will be used for political purposes to talk about how racist white people are, conservatives are, Christians are, Jews. This is purely political. And I'll make a perfect point because I just saw this tweet from Lisa Brown, the mayor of Spokane. She retweets Bob Ferguson, who made this announcement on X. Spokane has seen a string of hateful acts in recent weeks, which underscores the urgent need for better reporting and support mechanisms for those impacted. The Hate Crimes Hotline will be a crucial resource, and Spokane is looking forward to piloting this new program. So let me translate what she just said. Without this politically driven hotline, I wouldn't be able to know the details and track the data of the hate crimes that I know about and I'm talking to you about, which actually proves that we don't really need this hotline because we're well aware of the problem. That's not as good of a pitch, I think. But isn't it funny? She's saying, I'm aware of all of these hate crimes, which is why we need a database to track these hate crimes so we're aware of them. But you are aware. Why aren't you tracking them now? Oh, we are. So, okay, then I guess I'm confused. Why do you need the hotline? Oh, because other places can have people then who just call up and say they feel slighted because of a microaggression, and we'll write that down. They're talking about like tracking, and I'm not making this up, microaggressions. So someone says, oh, where are you from? Excuse me? Because I'm Latino? I mean, okay, fine. I'm not from here. I'm actually just visiting. But that's racist for you to assume. Where were you from? Why? Because I have an accent that's so thick you can't understand what I'm saying? Is that why you're at? That's racist. Oh, no, it's okay. Never mind. That's what they're going to be reporting. And they'll be tracking that so that they can create some kind of narrative. Whatever the narrative that would be politically advantageous to have at the time, that's what they'll do with the data. That's what they'll do with the data. These are not crimes. This is just a way to collect information to create a narrative that you can use that will ultimately be exploited for not just political purposes, but to expand legislation that takes away rights. Remember, this is the Attorney General who wanted to create that committee to go over domestic extremism. Remember that? Didn't end up going anywhere because it was, oh my God, so scandalous. Even people on the left were like, let's not do that. But the whole intent was to go after conservatives and pretend that they're the biggest threat facing this country. I haven't heard that line, by the way, in a while. Remember when white supremacy was the biggest domestic threat? They stopped using that. I wonder why. Oh, because of all the illegal immigrants coming into this country and breaking the law, which was the case when they were lying about white supremacists. They're weirdly not bringing that up as across the country, thousands of, well, anti-Semites are marching in the name of Democrat causes to protest Israel's existence. I guess it's not white supremacy. I mean, there are white people who are in that group. A lot of white progressives. That's true. Is that what they mean by white supremacy culture? No.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm glad that they did sort of stop using that at a good time. I'm sure it'll come up again tonight during the debate. Donald Trump, what do you have to say to all your white supremacist supporters? It'll be something like that. Who you've inspired to hate.
Very leading question.
Yeah. Thank you, Jake. Let me answer that. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Dum alert.
Speaking of immigration, Maxwell Frost is a socialist Congress member from Florida. Democrat, of course. But he's the version of Shama Sawant, I think. Shama Sawant is to the city council as Maxwell Frost is to the Congress. They're just incredibly ignorant, incredibly brand-focused socialists. And Maxwell Frost is known for being the kid, right? He's a young guy. Find out how old he is. He appeals to the kids. That's his whole shtick. And he's been kind of like a squad adjacent member because he doesn't get as much like national attention as he does locally with the kids.
He's 27.
27 years
God.
old. And boy, does he act like a 27-year-old. And by 27, I mean 17, who doesn't know anything but thinks he's the smartest person in the room. He had an interesting response, and by interesting, I mean completely ignorant and offensive, when asked about all the crime that's occurring from illegal immigrants courtesy of an open border, of which Maxwell Frost supports.
Because a very small percentage of immigrants did something bad, we shouldn't allow the PRO program for all people. The question is, because one or two people did something horrible, we should rip away the benefit from everybody else. And we don't use that logic for anything else in this country.
I think you use that for guns.
I was going to say, first of all, we do that.
That happens all the time. If we could save one person from gun violence, I think it's worth it. If we can save one pedestrian from getting hit and killed by a car, we should do it. They do that all the time on the left, like all the time. Second, they're not just a few. And when you take so callously the rape or murder or assault of all these innocent people, and you just say, oh, well, they're not that many crimes. It doesn't represent that many people. I mean, I guess statistically you're right. So? And? Those are crimes that didn't have to happen. So every single one of them was preventable. We try to get in the way of preventable incidents that harm us. We don't want people to get into car accidents and then fly out of their front windows, right? So what do? We have seatbelt laws. Now, the amount of people who go flying through their windshields, probably small, technically, but we still prefer that not happen, and we can prevent it by saying, okay, we want you wearing a seatbelt. So I'm not entirely sure that your point is as valid as you think, Mr. Frost, who sounds like a villain. Like that's a villain name.
Maxwell Frost. Yeah, it does.
Right? Maxwell Frost. A guy who has no experiences in life at all, finds himself in a position of power. I know some people think because you make it to Congress, especially on the House side, that must mean something as far as your intellect goes. It doesn't.
I had to go through quite a few Maxwells, too, to find him on the Google search bar. First, it was like Maxwell House, and then like...
Well, Maxwell House is a conservative. It's funny, though, because in Florida, amongst the kids, I think he has some connection to Stoneman Douglas. I think. I can't quite remember, but that's how I first learned that the kids like Maxwell Frost, is because David Hogg and that other annoying one, and then that third annoying one, were all talking about him and pushing his campaign at the time. He's the male AOC. How about that? He's the male, just as dumb and just as annoying. Other than that, he's a wonderful person. I'm sure he represents his district well. Push the button.
What's trending in Seattle?
So this is interesting. The CARE team in Seattle, they are getting $1.9 million in federal grant money to expand. Generally speaking, I think that this is a decent idea. However, there's a little bit of an asterisk there. Now, for those of you who don't remember, CARE is the Community Assisted Response and Engagement Team. They will go on calls with cops to handle people who are in crisis, where it's not a true criminal act, a call that requires police. Police get called to someone who's, clearly going through some sort of mental breakdown, screaming obscenities while naked in the middle of the road. So cops get called, they get there and they say, okay, this is clearly not a case for me to handle as an officer. Let me call over the care team. They'll send over these trained social worker type community engagement team members, because they're not officers, and they will try to work with the person to calm them down and then ultimately get them the resources that they need. On paper, a process like this could work. In reality, they don't quite do it the way that I think most of us would assume. I did a ride-along with them several months ago. When you drive by in this vehicle of theirs, the care vehicle, and you see a homeless person who's naked, screaming obscenities in the middle of the street, would you say that that's a perfect time for intervention?
Yeah.
What if I told you they can only go when cops are called and then call them to come? They can't be proactive. What would you say to that?
Well, that's not helpful.
No, it's not helpful at all. If you did something like that and you allow them to do that, and again, this is a pilot program still, so it's possible that as they expand, as they grow, they'll be able to do that or be willing to. They seem willing to do it. The people I was with in that ride along, they seemed very competent. They didn't judge me for being a conservative who they probably assumed was going to bash their program. I assumed I was probably going to bash the program, and then I went and was like, okay, I can see how this could maybe work. The thing is, cops are not calling them, and I don't think that's changed yet. They either don't trust them or they view them as a hindrance, because let's say you call them as an officer. The whole idea is, okay, well, now that cop can go and answer another 911 call because you got the care team there. Except, no, they stay there the entire time. And if you need to put one of these people in a program, a mental health facility, well, the care team can't do that. You have to have the cop do it. So it's not really saving them any extra time. They're just now actually wasting time because they got to wait until you get there. And the way that the care team's going to work with someone who's going through a mental crisis might be dramatically different and much slower than a cop. And their way might be the better way, for sure. I don't doubt that. But the cop is just there kind of hanging out. So it's not really saving them much time. That said, this can work if they just make a little bit of tweaks. Mayor Bruce Harrell.
Although we're recruiting and we have funding to do aggressive recruiting, we're looking at alternative responses.
What can possibly be done to fill that gap right now?
Well, again, as we look at different types of bodies, if you will, we are adding on park rangers to protect our parks. We're adding on care responders to look at where we don't need a gun and badge to free up our officers. And so that's why this is so important, the nearly $2 million we're putting toward this effort.
But that's disingenuous. It doesn't free up the cops. That's the problem. And that's the mayor talking with Como TV. If it freed up cops, this would be a much better solution. Part of it is they don't know if they can do that safely. 1-800-465-8770 if you want to send me a text. 1-800-465-8770. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. This hour brought to you by the Northwest Safe Company.
And now here's Growing Your Wealth, presented by Madrona Financial Services. Here's Brian Evans.
In my most recent book, The 7 Steps to a Successful Retirement, I talk about something called the wealth pyramids. And basically, it's just a kind of a look at your planning process and what it can lead to or lack thereof. So on the positive side, if you follow the 7 steps and you do it well and you protect against everything, you have the cash flow, you've got the proper investing, and you have all the things that you need for a very good plan. We call it a rooted planning process, where it's rooted in something deep that it would take a lot of bad things to happen to upset the plan. And so that, that's certainly the goal of a proper plan. What that can often lead to is proactive investing, where you can find opportunities at the right time, and you're not just reacting to negativity out there. There's always going to be that, but you have a really proactive plan where you can have gains over the long term and have that work in your favor. What that can lead to is a lifestyle confidence, that you feel confident that you can live the life that you want to live because you plan that all out and you have the 7 steps followed, which is basically at the pinnacle a rooted wealth plan for you, so you feel like you've got it all put together. Conversely, the other way is no planning. You could do no planning, which can lead to reactive investing, where you're just reacting based on emotions. That can lead to lifestyle fear, and where you just don't live the life you want to live, which ultimately can lead to poverty. So that's just kind of the brief synopsis of the wealth pyramids in my new book, 7 Steps to Successful Retirement.
Even the mightiest of trees can be blown over if they don't have strong roots. And the same is true for your investment plan. Can your plan withstand a financial storm? Go to MadronaFinancial.com and get started to request your Rooted Wealth analysis. You can also click on the chat button and ask us anything. We have a searchable library with answers to your questions. Visit MadronaFinancial.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is, getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Leading Edge Medicine helps you decide how to age. See what your options really are. Every Saturday morning between 8 and 10, Dr. Jerry Mixon and Dr. Samira Umat answer your health questions live on the radio. Longevity Medical Clinic is the ultimate preventative medical clinic for good reasons. Hear Leading Edge Medicine, Saturday mornings from 8 to 10, right here on AM 770 KTTH.
2 young fathers are shot to death outside an iconic Utah restaurant.
I said, your dad has been hurt really bad.
The grief was disorienting for those left behind, until one choice changed everything.
I just remember writing this letter, and it wasn't me writing it.
Can a personal decision shape generations?
We're all falling for this guy's trick.
I'm Amy Donaldson. Season 2 of The Letter, Ripple Effect, is available now. Follow us at theletterpodcast.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. That's promo code EARN.
Snoqualmie, Mercer Island, Des Moines.
This is the Big Local on the Jason Rantz Show.
Shoreline, Woodinville, Burien.
Stories about you, not about Seattle.
Hey, look at that. 4:30 in 4, 3, 2, 1. On a weekday afternoon, that means it's time for the Big Local, brought to you by Alpine Specialty Services, online at alpineclean.com. This is the part of the show where we completely ignore the stories coming out of Seattle and instead focus all of our attention on the communities you live in and care about most. And we start in Shoreline. Now, it's a Deborah Horn story from Cairo 7, and when Deborah Horn does a story, the world listens. The world pays attention, because she is one of the best, and I mean best journalists in the business. Not someone who someone needs to tell, God, you got to retire. She's actually one of the good ones. And so rather than just play some clips, I thought we would listen to the full package. It's that good of a story where this woman, a mother, disabled in a wheelchair, she was stuck in her apartment all weekend because the elevator went out. And, God forbid there was a fire or something, no one would have been able to get her out of that apartment. like using the stairwells and it's like helping her. But no, it's serious.
This is how Kayla Raymond gets around in her motorized wheelchair.
And we can see her.
Often with a child in tow. So getting in and out.
Well, no, not in tow. I mean, she's holding on to the kid. Right? I mean, in tow is a little bit different.
Not like a rope behind her.
Yeah, in tow.
Of the Polaris North City apartments in Shoreline.
There's no handicap entrances. They're supposed to be. It's advertised on their amenities.
Well, as you can see, even that is a struggle. But the struggle got even more real last Friday when her building's only elevator suddenly malfunctioned.
It dropped. It dropped repeatedly and then crashed on this floor.
How does an elevator drop repeatedly? I guess she means like stutter stop kind of thing.
Floor by floor, I think.
So it didn't just like fall all the way to the ground and then come back up and then fall again. Which is the way it sounded like she was saying.
And I don't know if anybody's been here to service it. I have no idea.
What she does know is that with no elevator, it was impossible for her to get off her 5th floor.
Okay, so it wasn't impossible. Because again, I certainly understand the point she's trying to make, which is alone she would not be able to get down a flight of stairs, obviously. But the whole "it's impossible" makes it sound like if there were a fire, the firefighters would be like, we gotta see another one go.
Nice knowing you.
Yeah, we're just sorry, lady. We there's nothing we can do because the elevator is broken and you are in a wheelchair. I also like, by the way, this poor woman, and I feel her pain, by the way. My elevator went out, and while I'm not in a wheelchair, I'm very, very, very high up. And they were doing testing, and D'Artagnan had to pee. It was 5:45 in the morning, which is when he wakes me up to pee. And we had to walk down so many flights of stairs and then back up. And he's never done that before.
I thought you meant you felt sorry for her because she had to talk to Deborah Horn.
Well, no, that goes without saying. I did like her saying, though, the mom, who, again, I am sympathetic towards, goes, I have no idea if this elevator has been serviced. Well, it doesn't work, does it? So then it has not been serviced. Does it work? Okay, then it has been serviced. It didn't just start to work again, you know?
What is your concern?
Okay. What do you mean, what is your concern? So let's frame this up real quickly. You're doing this story because a woman in a wheelchair was not able to go by herself down a flight of stairs because the elevator is broken. She's stuck there. And your question is, what is your concern? A question that you chose to keep in the package because you always have to have her asking questions or follow-ups in all of her stories. Everyone else does voiceover, but not Deborah Horn. What do you mean, what is the concern? So what possible answer could she give other than, well, what are you here for? Why are you here? What do you mean, what is the concern? So what is a possible answer that Deborah thought she could have received? Because I can't think of one.
I have no idea yet.
I have a fear of stairwells. I could actually get down on my own. It would be difficult, but I can do it. But I'm too scared.
Safety. I don't want to crash in the elevator.
Turns out she got an answer that probably no one was expecting. So now I'm the idiot for questioning Deborah Horn because safety was not the response I was expecting. It was, Deborah, I can't get down. There's no way for me to get down on my own, Deborah. But no, the answer was, well, safety. I don't want to get in an elevator that's going to crash and explode. Okay. Hey, it turns out it was a good question.
I rely on it. Yeah. And the other people, too. I'm not the only person here.
No, I know how elevators work. Like I said, I get it. You don't need to explain that part. I promise.
That is wheelchair bound. There's a woman at the end of the hallway.
And she says there was no information from management about the elevator crash. She heard some people were on it when it came down, and there was no way to reach management until Monday.
There was no way to reach anyone in management? No one. There's no emergency number? I find that somewhat hard to believe, but in fairness, there are some, rundown older buildings that don't necessarily take this kind of stuff seriously. I have no idea if this is one of them, but no way at all. Not okay. Was there a phone somewhere?
Rundown. You're so elitist.
Well, the elevator broke. It fell down multiple times.
That trapped her and her 3 young children inside all weekend long.
Oh, no. Turns to Deborah and says, well, you don't have to be that dramatic. I didn't have any plans. We actually planned to stay in. The kids couldn't leave either. No one was able to pick. Just the way that it was framed was just odd to me. And again, I totally get what she's saying, this poor woman. And the poor kids who just want to go outside. It was nice over the weekend, and you're stuck. Something tells me that place doesn't have AC for elevators just crashing to the... And I also like that Deborah includes in the story, although presumably has not been fact-checked, she heard there were people in there. Well, were there or were there not? Are they okay? Did they survive the fall? Oh, my God. Meanwhile... There's some parents who are a little upset. They're upset with the Peninsula School District because they have decided to pilot a reading curriculum that is somewhat controversial. Lots of parents don't seem to like this. It's called Wit and Wisdom Reading, and it's going to be in place this fall for K through 5th grade. Now, part of the reason why parents are upset and concerned is that the material is very age inappropriate. Remember, we're talking about K through 5th grade. At any point, for kindergarten age through 5th grader age, is it appropriate in your view to discuss topics like suicide, infidelity, and offer them images and depictions of graphic violence? I feel like probably should get into the high schools before any of those conversations come up. And you got to be very careful with the way you talk about a lot of this stuff. Now, some of the texts that you're reading deal with death and disease. I was looking on one blog that was kind of going through one of the pieces of curriculum, at least what they're using out in Tennessee. And since this is a national organization, I'm assuming it's the same content. They had themes in the 4th grade class of books covering infidelity, teen suicide, rape, murder, scalping, and I'm quoting this, wearing victims' skin as leggings.
Oh, my God.
For a 4th grader?
That'd be traumatic for me now.
Yes. Oh, God. I would not want to. I read American Psycho when I think I was 24, and I almost puked. It was so intense with something very similar to this. They say over at the Tacoma News-Tribune that in a kindergarten lesson that includes an explanation of the lack of opportunities that black entertainer known as Bojangles faced during the Harlem Renaissance because of the color of his skin. So you're getting into that very, 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 very early. There's a lot of people who say that this is also just CRT. It's just packaged in a different way. Now, for some of you, you might already know that this is going on in schools because you might be in a district that uses it. Spokane, Battleground, Longview, Port Angeles, Medical Lake, Ridgefield, and Bainbridge Island, according to the Tacoma News-Tribune, have implemented wit and wisdom curriculum already. Now, mom showed up to a recent school board meeting asking them, please don't adopt this.
I am asking you again not to pilot wit and wisdom on our youngest, most vulnerable students. Literacy is a concern. Wit and wisdom appears to be founded on the old balanced literacy or whole language model stemming from the work of Marie Clay and Cuing. We have a national literacy crisis largely because this method does not work. The first weeks of kindergarten are focused on the 5 senses to extract meaning from text. All of wit and wisdom appears to be based in trauma-informed social-emotional learning. Learning to read appears to be something that children are expected to gain through exposure while hoping they will just figure reading out rather than teaching them to read through time-tested phonics-based learning.
Just give them a book. Go! Figure it out yourself.
For an example, on day 27 of kindergarten, it says, use equity sticks to call on students to answer. We can use our senses to find the essential meaning. We can use our eyes to see the pictures. We can use our ears to hear the words. Our senses will help us learn the essential meaning.
They're not dogs. That's how you teach dogs things, right? I mean, I'm trying to teach D'Artagnan how to hit a button that says he's hungry or wants to go for a walk. It's not going so well. But what she just explained, the way that they're apparently teaching kindergarten kids is the way that I was teaching D'Artagnan. And it wasn't working for him. So it's probably not working for these little kids. Good, Stevie. It is an A that is an A. Yes, it's a boat. B-O-A-T. Yes. Good boy. A teacher talking with the News Tribune said that, quote, wit and wisdom texts have caused some of her middle school students to run out of the classroom screaming because the content was triggering to them. Books such as All Quiet on the Western Front. Oh, my God. They're teaching that to middle schoolers, fourth graders. Fever 1793 includes serious and difficult content about death and disease that she has to take time to explain to her students and help them process. Yeah.
I read All Quiet on my sophomore year of high school, I believe.
Yeah. Is not in fourth grade? What was your response in your sophomore year? What is that, 10th grade?
Yeah,
10th grade.
I mean, it's a pretty dark.
Could your fourth grade self handle that?
But, well, first of all, I probably wouldn't even understand what's going on, frankly. It's kind of...
No. Just by reading it, you figure it out because of your senses or something.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That fear that you feel and depression from reading that book, that's going to help you understand it. Maybe that's what it's about. Teaching people how to just cope with crippling depression that's oddly caused by the curriculum that the teacher is now forced to put in front of them. That's possible. 1-800-465-8770 if you want to send me a text. Normally, we do you get to pick the news, but I'm only giving you one choice because it's the only one you're going to want to do. I already know it ahead of time. Tucker Carlson rips into the dumbest reporter I think he's ever dealt with in such a brutal way. I thought we would listen to it together. It's a Jason Rantz Show. Don't forget, the weekly video update is brought to you by your local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn, and None Better Tax Resolution. We got the video up right now on all of our social media channels where I take you through the collapsing used EV market and tell you what it means for you as you're being forced into electric vehicles. Check it out.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommended you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Deciding on the best place to live for an aging loved one can be difficult. So much to think about, like level of care, safety, cost, social engagement, and much more. As you consider all the options, you will likely have lots of questions. Jake here with Care Partners Senior Living. Our senior living specialists have years of experience understanding each unique situation, all with the common goal of ensuring quality of life and safety. Care Partners Living has 28 vibrant communities throughout Western Washington, Spokane, and Arizona, providing independent, assisted memory care and our exclusive Bonded Pairs program for couples that want to continue living together. We offer quality, comfortable care at an extremely affordable price, and we also have experience making recommendations that may reduce the financial burden on your family. Check out our 28 communities, including our newest ones at Mercer Island, Linwood, and North Creek Bothell. To talk to a senior living specialist near you, visit carepartnersliving.com. That's carepartnersliving.com.
We want to see ya in a Kia.
Let's clear up the confusion. No matter what other Kia dealers might tell you, they all pay the same for vehicles. There is no competitive advantage. The difference is not what you pay, it's what you get. And you just get more at Sunset. Like warranty protection for life and oil changes for life. And people do like that.
We want to see ya in a Kia. You're going to love what you try. That's Sunset Kia. Kia of Auburn.
Tingling and numbness or burning pain in the feet or hands are warning signs of peripheral neuropathy. For years, Sound Pain Solutions has helped thousands using our innovative, narcotic-free approach. Now we're excited to introduce our most powerful treatment yet. I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. We've discovered a new bioelectrical treatment that produces remarkable results. Studies show 85% of neuropathy sufferers report a 50% reduction in pain. Our new therapy can reduce pain and regenerate damaged nerves. It's performed by medical providers and naturopathic physicians. It's a breakthrough treatment that has changed the lives of thousands who suffer from nerve pain. At Sound Pain Solutions, all our therapies are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, and narcotic-free. Learn if you qualify for our new neuropathy treatment. Schedule a free consultation by visiting soundpainsolutions.com. soundpainsolutions.com.
You picked the topic on the Jason Rantz Show.
Yeah, well, I picked it for you. Now, in fairness, they were all going to pick this one. So Tucker was in Australia for some event. I think he was giving a speech. I don't know why he decided to go to what certainly seemed like a really inhospitable place. But it might have just been this reporter who, at the end of the event, was part of the Q&A. And she did what most anyone who provides analysis for a living absolutely loathes, which is being told a position you took that you didn't actually take, being told that with great confidence when you know you never said what they claim you said, and then talked down to for saying something you didn't say and don't actually believe, while then clarifying to them so it's clear what you believe, only to have them ignore it. And all of that happened within just about 5.5 minutes with Tucker at the end here. We'll listen to as much as we can fit in.
Talked a little bit about immigration, and in the past you've talked about how white Australians, Americans, Europeans are being replaced by non-white immigrants in what is often referred to as the Great Replacement Theory.
Now, because of my association with Tucker and because I've covered this topic with him on air, I know this as a matter of fact. What she just said is a complete lie, a complete fabrication. I write about this in my book as well. It is a way that leftists, like this unidentified reporter, it is a way that people like this use to silence folks who point to issues at the border.
This is the same.
Have I said that whites are being replaced?
Well,
No, I don't think I said that.
well, it's been mentioned on your show 4,000 times. And
Really, when did I say that?
She's quoting a New
On
York
your-
Times
on
story.
I said
show,
whites
Fox?
are being replaced?
You have said that before.
Really?
Yeah.
I would challenge you to cite that because I'm pretty sure I haven't said that. I said
I mean-
native-born Americans are being replaced, including blacks.
Native-born Americans.
Native-born Americans.
And
Americans who, like black Americans, have been African Americans, have been in the United States for, in many cases, their families over 400 years. And their concerns are every bit as real and valid and alive to me as the concerns of white people whose families have been there 400 years. So I've never said that whites are being replaced. Not one time. And
I
you can't
believe
cite
that's
it.
untrue.
So,
I'm-
we just met, but when our relationship starts with a lie, it makes it tough to be friends. So
Well, I mean, you've been lying
let's
about
pull
my
that back.
Press
I'm
Gallery
happy to
colleagues all
explain what I
morning as
do
well,
think.
so-
And again, he's asking her to cite it basically, and she continues to say, "Oh no, you said actually you have." Okay, where, when, what's the quote? Could you cite something?
Well, you actually can't cite it because I didn't say it, and I don't believe it, and I'm telling you that to your face. So why don't you just accept me at face value? My
Well, because it's
concern
not
is that
true.
the people who are born in the country are the main responsibility of its leaders, and as noted earlier, when those leaders shift their concern from the people whose responsibility it is to take care of to people around the world to put their priorities above that of their own citizens, that's immoral. And they are being replaced in my country, people who are born in the United States, and the birth rate tells the whole story. They're not at replacement rate. And so the U.S. population is growing because we're importing people from other countries. And my view is that happy people have children, and a functioning economy allows them to do that. And we don't have that. And so you need to fix the economy and fix the culture and make it so that people who want to have kids can. You don't just go for the quick sugar fix of importing new people. Like, that's my position. And if you think that's racist, that's your problem.
Now, the way he just explained that, does that make sense?
Yeah.
He's not talking about replace as in, oh, these foreigners are here and we're now being pushed out of our own country. That's not what he's saying. He's talking about it from an economic position. Now, the way I usually talk about this is not an economic position, even though I agree with that aspect of it. It's that it's not replacing people in that sense. It's replacing Republican voters. That's all that this is. When folks on the left allow for open borders and said nothing when they were staying in Texas, the intent there was to shift power from Republicans to Democrats. This is a political move. When you have congressional districts that are redrawn on the basis of a population that all of a sudden has an influx of people that you assume, rightly or wrongly, will vote for Democrats, that's what you're doing. You're replacing Republicans with Democrats in power. That's what this is about to me.
I never called you a racist.
But of course you are suggesting, and
Well,
I must say, one of the reasons people don't like people like you in the media is that you never say exactly what you mean. Your slurs are all by implication, and you're about to tell me the great replacement theory is racist or anti-Semitic, whatever. I've said what I've said to you right now like 100 times in public. I hope to, if I live long enough, say it 100 more times. I think it's completely honest and real, not racist or scary. It's factually true. It's not a theory, it's a fact. And the whole point of your question was to be like, you're a scary racist.
Well, I haven't.
And my response is, no, I'm not. Okay, well, how about no more lying in your questions, and then I'll answer it.
She's not going to be able to win this, is she? No.
Just like the smugness she had when she had, like, oh, now I've got him.
Yeah.
Like he's smarter than you, lady. Sorry.
No. But see, to people like them, that like that woman, she knows she's smarter. She has convinced herself that she's smarter. She's right. She's not just right factually. She's right morally. That's how liberal, partisan hack reporters act.
Okay. Well, this is the same theory, or as you say, idea, that has inspired the New York Buffalo shooting, where 11 Black Americans were killed. Two white Americans were killed.
Like,
and it's also inspired.
It's not. First of all,
it's inspired one of the worst Australian guns.
How do
of
they
all
get
time
people
to
this
shoot
stupid in the media? I guess it doesn't pay well. Look, I'm sorry. I've lived among people like you for too long, and I don't mean to call you stupid. Maybe you're just pretending to be, but I'm totally against violence. I'm totally against the war in Ukraine, for example, which doubtless you support. And like all dutiful liberals, support more carnage. I don't. I hate mass shootings, actually. Nothing I said, what does it mean to inspire something? My views are not bigoted against any group. They're honest. They're factual. That's not hate. That's reality. And my views derive from my deep concern for Americans, actually. Americans aren't having kids because they can't afford to. And nobody in charge cares. And so that's my position. That doesn't inspire mass shootings. How dare you try to tie me to some lunatic who murdered people? How dare you, actually? And in fact, I mean, do you know what I mean? I'd be like, Hitler wore those shoes. A lot of people are saying that you're like Hitler. Can you explain those shoes? Hitler wore exactly the same shoes, and you're like, I've got nothing to do with Hitler. Well, that's how I feel about your absurd, disingenuous question.
Right, so therefore...
And that part is so important. It's disingenuous. It's asked in bad faith.
Or you support gun control?
What? I thought it couldn't get dumber, but it
shootings?
did. No, I don't support disarming law-abiding people so they can't defend themselves. So the government has a monopoly on violence? I don't think so. First of all, in my country, that's illegal, as you know. But moreover, it should be illegal in every country. A sovereign person has the right to defend himself and his family. Period. And that said, I'm totally opposed to harming anyone. Are you concerned about the war in Ukraine? And the countless innocents being murdered there every single day? I doubt you are. Probably Putin bad. I am. I'm a Christian. I hate violence. I hate mass shootings. I have guns at home, and often on my person when I'm in the United States, I'm proud to say, because I want to defend myself and those I love against violence. That's the point. I'm not perpetrating crimes. I'm not shooting strangers. I'm defending what I love. And if you're against that, I guess I would ask why. Why would you be against that?
Well, so you don't think you harbor any kind of responsibility for these hate crimes?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to be charitable. I was like, maybe you're just pretending to be dumb. Now I don't think it's an act.
Remember that interview? It might have been on the BBC or Sky News with Dr. Jordan Peterson. And every time he said something, instead of like reacting to what he actually said, so what you're saying is you hate black people. So what you're saying is you don't hate black people, you hate Mexicans. So what you're saying is you loathe women. And he goes, no, what are you talking about? Oh my God, these people. 1-800-465-8770 if you want to send me a text message. 1-800-465-8770. A little over an hour from now, we'll have live debate coverage as former President Donald Trump takes on current President Joe Biden. Which candidate will show up? We'll preview it in a moment.
911, emergency.
They kidnapped my son.
What would you do if your child disappeared and someone you trusted was responsible?
We thought he cared for McKay, when in fact he didn't care for anyone.
Listen to Ransom now at ransompodcast.com.
The word is out. Care Partners Senior Living has new communities in North Creek, Bothell, Linwood, and Mercer Island. Jake here from Care Partners Senior Living. Why are more families choosing Care Partners? Because we offer quality independent, assisted, and memory care at an affordable price. Visit one of our 28 vibrant communities throughout Arizona and Washington, including Covington, Tacoma, and Bremerton. You can find a senior living specialist's name and number at carepartnersliving.com. That's carepartnersliving.com.
You know, I get a kick out of those Ford dealership commercials on TV. Now that they have a little inventory, they're panicking and going back to their old tricks, claiming they can sell a new Ford for $1 bazillion below MSRP, while others are just selling new Fords for way less than anybody else. But how can they when all the Ford dealerships pay exactly the same for their inventory, to the penny? If the vehicles are the same, they pay the same for it. So the prices are all going to be about the same at all Ford dealerships. Now remember, Sunset Ford has always told you the truth that those prices are all about the same everywhere. Sunset just gives you more, like warranty protection for life and oil changes for life, saving you literally thousands of dollars down the road. All Ford dealers could offer that. They just don't. And that's why we say, you just get more at Sunset Ford. And people do like that. Sunset Ford of Sumner, just down the hill from Bonnie Lake on Highway 410 in Sumner.
Don't believe the lie that you have to fall apart at the normal rate. See what your options really are. Listen to Leading Edge Medicine. Every Saturday morning between 8 and 10, Dr. Jerry Mixon and Dr. Samira Umat answer your health questions live on the radio. You can choose how to age with help from Leading Edge Medicine. Saturday mornings from 8 to 10, right here on AM 770 KTTH.
Jason Rantz here for Bellevue Rare Coins, where you can spring into value. Transform those idle jewelry and coins into meaningful cash this spring. Bellevue Rare Coins is your trusted partner in unlocking the true potential of your valuables. Maximize those returns with gold prices at peak levels. Now is the time to capitalize, and Bellevue Rare Coins promises unparalleled compensation for all those precious items. Get top dollar. Visit one of Bellevue Rare Coins' 4 locations in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, or Tacoma, or visit them online at BellevueRareCoins.com.
It's the Guy Benson Show.
Already 70 to 80% of the public believes that this guy doesn't have what it takes in terms of stamina, acuity, etc., physically or mentally to be president, let alone for the next 5 years.
Weekdays noon to 3 on KTTH. Streaming live on the KTTH smartphone app. 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
Just 1 hour to go. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden and former President Trump set to square off in the CNN presidential debate.
This is the first time these two men have been together on the same stage in 4 years. And there are new rules this time around. No audience, and the mics will be cut unless it's that particular candidate's turn to speak. The Trump campaign is urging Trump to stay on the substantive issues, the policies, and stay away from personal attacks. For Biden, there are a lot of people questioning whether he's too old to be president for 4 more years.
Fox Business's Grady Trimble in Atlanta. Tune into Fox News Democracy 24 special coverage of the CNN presidential debate simulcast tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. The Supreme Court has issued a much-anticipated abortion ruling.
A day after a Supreme Court draft opinion allowing emergency abortions in Idaho was posted online prematurely, justices have made it an official ruling. This clears the way for Idaho hospitals to provide provide the procedures for now, but the case could eventually end up back before the court. While the matter plays out in lower courts, the justices temporarily reinstated a ruling that had allowed the emergency abortions without being subject to prosecution under Idaho's near-total ban. The issue centers around the federal act that requires certain hospitals to stabilize or transfer patients who need care. The case comes 2 years after the court overturned Roe v. Wade, which made abortion legal in every state.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. A jury has found a suburban Seattle police officer guilty of murder in the 2019 shooting death of a homeless man outside a convenience store. After deliberating for 3 days, Auburn police officer Jeffrey Nelson was found guilty of second-degree murder and first-degree assault, making him the first conviction under a Washington state law, easing the prosecution of law enforcement officers for on-duty killings. America is listening to Fox News.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text PREP to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text PREP to 42424. That's PREP to 42424.
Coach! The yellow light! I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show, a special edition of the Jason Rantz Show as we are an hour away from the live presidential debate. Donald Trump takes on Joe Biden. There's a lot on the line. But who has the most to lose? Our analysis starts now because it's what's trending. Brought to you by Near Me Roofing Company.
What's trending? Let's debate.
Yes, it is rather early for a debate, and yet that's precisely what it is we're getting. It doesn't matter. We don't officially have the nominees from the party. We know it's going to be Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, and that debate live coverage starts at 6 o'clock right here on KTTH. And this hour, we're going to preview what's to come, what's to be expected, what could potentially happen, what topics need to be discussed, and how fair the moderators will actually be. This is on CNN. CNN is not a fair network. Dana Bashwell, I think, is pretty decent. Jake Tapper has become incredibly, rabidly anti-Trump. And to have him as one of the moderators is, of course, absurd. However, Donald Trump still said yes. Donald Trump said, yeah, I'll take this on. Because he understands what's on the line. He understands what's on the line for this country, for you and I, for policy at the border, for economic policy that impacts us every single day. So he will be there for 90 minutes, standing at a podium. So will Joe Biden, and they'll be going head-to-head. The rules, I think you can make the argument some favor Donald Trump, some favor Joe Biden. There will be 2 short breaks. That favors Joe Biden. They will not, however, be allowed to talk to any of their staff during those breaks. There are no notes allowed. You can take notes, but there are no notes that you can bring. That benefits Donald Trump. It disfavors Joe Biden. You will have your microphones get cut off once you are done with your portion of answering. Now, how exactly will that work? How will this mute button work? And I would argue a mute button is more beneficial to Donald Trump than to Joe Biden. Now, CNN says the debate night control room will be muting the microphones when it's not their turn to speak. However, CNN says that both Tapper and Bash will be, quote, empowered to use all tools at their disposal to enforce timing and ensure a civilized discussion. Candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions and 1 minute for responses and rebuttals. At the moderator's discretion, there may be an additional minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. When the lights show yellow in front of the candidates, there are 15 seconds left in the candidate's answer or response. When the lights flash red, there are 5 seconds left. And when the display is solid red, the time is up. At that point, the candidate's microphone will be turned off and the other candidate will have their microphone turned on. Because God forbid we give either candidate just an extra second or two to finish a sentence. Now, I imagine this also benefits Donald Trump, just this sequence. Someone who understands what it's like to be in front of a camera. Someone who knows how to play to the camera, play to an audience. Now, there's not going to be an audience there. No audience. Who does that help or hurt? Arguably both. Arguably it hurts both. Or maybe it benefits both. Because what do we know about any politician? They feel empowered by an audience. They get the energy from them, from the cheering. But of course, it could also be distracting if you're getting booed, etc. So they're not going to deal with that. Donald Trump has been able to deliver speeches, and because, again, of his TV background, he's been able to talk without a crowd in front of him without it sounding odd. Mike Huckabee last night on Fox News made the point that Joe Biden's starting to yell like he does. The old man yell, old man in a park yelling at a pigeon on a park bench. Doesn't really sound all that great when you don't have a cheering audience behind you. So I imagine that is another benefit to Donald Trump. Now, you're already seeing some of the pre-debate spin because we expect there to be some gaffes, but it's not really gaffes, apparently. James Clyburn, the congressman from South Carolina, Democrat, said on CNN, it's not gaffes, it's just his stutter.
Joe Biden, as a child, stuttered badly.
Does the stutter explain the losing train of thought and when he does that, when he just mutters his way through an answer and you're like, what did he just say?
Worked very hard to overcome stuttering. But you don't overcome that 100%. And very often, when he rushes a word out in order to get said what he wants said, people see that as some sign of some gaffe or something of that sort. And that resonates with some people. They don't seem to give people benefit of what may visit their own homes and their own circumstances.
See, that's, of course, absurd. We say this a lot, or we have in the past at least. We all know someone in our family that's like Joe Biden. Everyone has someone at some point in their life where they're getting old. You still love them. You still care for them deeply. You have sympathy for them, perhaps. But what you don't have is a willingness to allow them to be the most powerful person in the free world. You don't give them that kind of power, that kind of responsibilities, because it's really just cruel, and frankly, it's unsafe. And so as much as they might feel bad for the guy we're pretending is suffering from a stutter, I don't think they are going to be in the mood to say, okay, I'll go ahead and let him take control of things. And abortion is undoubtedly going to come up. It's likely to come up. We'll talk about the SCOTUS ruling in a second from today. But it doesn't really matter what happened today, and it doesn't even matter what answer is given. We already know what the Democrats are going to claim because Nancy Pelosi was on CNN today claiming it.
This is an economic issue for families, the size and timing of their families, or if they're going to have a family. But we have to make sure that the voters know. And one thing they will know is the difference between Joe Biden and the former president of the United States. If the other guy wins, there will be no question there will be a national abortion ban in our country.
Oh, really?
I say that very sadly as a Roman Catholic, as a person who had 5 children in 6 years.
No, let's not pull the I'm a Catholic, but I support the side of the aisle that says abortion should have no limits. Let's not play that card. No one's buying it. And also no one buys that the president can guarantee a national abortion ban. How in God's name does a president do that? Why didn't the president just do it before? It was equally unconstitutional for him to do it when he was previously president than it is if he becomes president again. A president can enact a national abortion ban, but people fall for this garbage. Speaking of which, let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Supreme Court.
There are a lot of Democrats unhappy right now because the Supreme Court today did not really offer any substance as it relates to the abortion law in Idaho, at least not for now. They decided not to rule as to whether or not their abortion ban in Idaho, with the exception of emergencies, if it conflicts with federal law. As you'll recall, there is a law in the books that essentially says that emergency room care has to be performed when there is a life at stake. Idaho says, okay, you can go ahead and perform the abortion if it's that kind of an emergency, if it's a life-threatening emergency. The Democrats, however, say, whoa, what if it's not just a life-threatening emergency? What if it can do serious damage to a woman, her reproductive organs? What if she's dealing with a mental health issue and she views it necessary for her mental health to get an abortion? That's, of course, an extreme position to take, I think. And I think most people say that. But they wanted to get a ruling on that. And instead, the Supreme Court, in a very weird roundabout way, because they still went through the process and they heard the arguments, but they ended up just sidestepping that completely. They just dismissed this appeal, which means a lower court that allows doctors to perform abortions in emergency situations, that is still in effect. The current law is in effect, and we don't know how they're going to rule in the future on this. Now, again, why they decided to do it this way, I don't understand. You had, frankly, both sides agreeing that we should have ruled here, but they're on the wrong side of each other, right? So the conservatives who were dissenting in this opinion dissented for a different reason than why Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, for example, who authored a dissent, why she objected. So I don't know why they decided to do it this way, but that's the world in which we live. They basically said it's too early for us to decide. It still needs to go through the court process, which, of course, they could have said already. They could have said before they accepted the case. Now, the reason why Democrats are upset with this, they wanted a restriction in place because then they would be able to say, look at what's going to happen under Donald Trump. If he's back in office, as Nancy Pelosi just said in our last segment, they're going to bring back, the Republicans are going to bring back abortion ban to the federal level, and they're just going to push it through. And again, very unlikely to happen. Certainly can't happen from President Trump's perspective, from that position at least. But they need that because it is a winning issue for Democrats. It's a losing issue for Republicans. Republicans have to accept that. And look, if you want to lose elections on this so long as you keep this policy in place, I totally understand. I totally get it. But at least understand the extreme reaction people will have when you say there should not be abortions in cases of incest or rape. Even though I understand that position, like logically, understand that it is deeply unpopular. It is as deeply unpopular as having an abortion up until the baby's first cry, which is an extremist position that Democrats hold, progressives at least. But Democrats hope for something here so they can turn it into a boogeyman again. And I have no doubt that they will try to do that anyway, despite the fact they don't have a ruling from Supreme Court, the extremist MAGA report, Supreme Court. They don't have that now to point to. They're going to do it anyway. They're going to push it anyway. Will it work? I don't think so. What will work? What should the messaging be? Well, actually, let's ask our next guest, because he's what's trending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
So we're a little over 30 minutes away from the big debate. We'll be carrying it live right here on KTTH starting at 6. Joining me to help preview is Tommy Pigott of the RNC. Welcome back to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
So, the big conversation has mostly been who is going to show up, which Donald Trump, which Joe Biden. And I'm wondering, before you even answer that question, if that is the right question to even ask.
Well, I think the right question is, what record is Joe Biden going to possibly point to justify asking for 4 more years? Because we know what record President Trump has. The President Trump is going to show up as the President Trump with a vision for this country, the President Trump that's a fighter for the American people. It was reported that Joe Biden apparently took a nap earlier this afternoon, or at least that was the rumor, to prepare for this debate. And that's who Joe Biden is. He's completely missing in action. He's on vacation during crises, and he pushes the worst policies imaginable. And I think he's going to be held to account for that in tonight's debate.
Well, I imagine for the last couple weeks he's been sleeping. Whatever that drug was that Michael Jackson was on to stay asleep, I'm assuming he's just been under for the last 2 weeks.
Well, and that's exactly what I think the American people expect, too. I mean, the American people do not trust Joe Biden. They do not trust his ability to do the job. Even the majority of Democrats have concerns about his ability to do the job. I do think it's important when we're talking about that, though, that 90 minutes of just standing there on the debate stage, the mainstream media is already trying to frame that as him winning. If he doesn't faint, the mainstream media, the fake news, is going out there saying that he somehow is going to win this debate. That is the lowest of the low bars. What Joe Biden needs to do, like I said before, is defend his record, and his record is indefensible, and that's the big problem that he has. So even if he's able to find his way to the podium without getting lost, even if he's able to stand there for 90 minutes, even if he's able to not accidentally say he just spoke to a dead person, which he's done multiple times, even if he is able to do that, that's not him winning the debate. Biden needs to defend his record, but he can't defend it because of the failed one.
Although, to be fair, I mean, although I think they've wised up, Republicans have set the bar. They were starting this whole conversation, setting the bar rather low for Joe Biden. I mean, again, we should presume that in about 30 minutes, he's going to have the same kind of energy that he had at the State of the Union. And the problem, obviously, is that, let's say someone notes that, well, tomorrow he's not going to have the same energy. And the day after that, he's not going to have the same energy. So it's kind of a lose-lose for him.
I think that's exactly right. And what we saw with the State of the Union is in his rallies, if that's even the right word for them, after the State of the Union, he would try to say the exact same lines he said during the State of the Union, but he said them confused. He said them as if he had never heard them before. He stumbled over them. He got lost several times. He was barely able to complete these rallies. So I think you're exactly right to point out that it's this pattern from Joe Biden that is concerning for people. And one 90-minute stint is not going to change that perception. It could very much reinforce it if even after resting for 6 days, Joe Biden's not able to stand there for 90 minutes. But I think you're exactly right to point out that pattern. And it's that pattern that is so concerning. And if the Democrats and Joe Biden's campaign truly wanted to change that perception, they would put him out there more in terms of interviews and press conferences. But he's done the fewest of those of any president in modern history. And I believe it's because even the Biden camp knows that Biden will embarrass himself if they do more interviews and press conferences.
Tommy Pigott joining me on the line. He's the Strategic Communications Director over at RNC Research. How concerned are you with the moderators? We know, in fact, it was a CNN moderator who kind of sandbagged Mitt Romney and helped Barack Obama. Candy Crowley, they can become the actual news story because they can frame issues in certain ways and quote unquote fact check, and they could be wrong because they're not fact checked. So what's the level of concern? Dana Bash seems somewhat reasonable, but Jake Tapper has taken a completely different tone about Trump over the course of the last 6 years.
Well, that's exactly right. We're expecting this to be 3 versus 1 with President Trump versus Joe Biden and the moderators. I think what's interesting about a lot of the discussion around this, even from the Democrats and the fake news media, is that some of the conditions that they've been citing in terms of shutting off microphones and the moderators, they've said, oh, this benefits Joe Biden, which in my mind is an implicit admission by the Democrats and the mainstream media that Joe Biden needs help. Mm-hmm. Through all the discussion of the debate, they're basically admitting that Joe Biden needs help in these debates. I think the big problem Democrats have, even if the moderators decide to put their thumbs on the scale, and again, we're expecting this to be 3 versus 1, is reality. So the reality that people see on the ground at the grocery store or gas stations. And during this debate, we're going to have our best-in-class digital operation at the RNC and the Trump campaign really holding Joe Biden accountable and also holding the moderators accountable. There was a recent post from a CNN employee saying that they didn't have fact checkers during the debate. Well, we're going to be fact checking the fact checkers at factcheckbiden.com. So we're going to make sure that we're holding them accountable as well, not just Joe Biden.
There are obviously a lot of issues that just talking about them, bringing them up, gives a benefit to Donald Trump. I mean, we're talking about the economy, talking about immigration, crime, all of that is in his favor. Israel also in his favor. How worried are you that the conversation is going to be about January 6th and an insurrection and how we almost lost all democracy?
Look, when it comes to democracy, recent polls show that
it's not working.
Deciding voters in swing states prefer President Trump to Joe Biden. They trust President Trump more than Joe Biden.
By 10 points.
Democracy.
By 10 points, like it's significant.
Yeah. And that's because it turns out that trying to lock up your main political rival, Americans rightly view as a threat to democracy. So, I mean, that's why we're seeing that there. And also the censorship we're seeing online, the fact that we're seeing parents at school board meetings targeted, pro-life Americans targeted. Joe Biden has done everything he can to undermine democracy. And Americans see that. And I think what's interesting about your question, and I think the advantage that President Trump has here because of the reality, is all the issues you mentioned that President Trump has the advantage on. Border, inflation, economy, immigration, foreign policy. The list goes on and on and on because President Trump has the vision for this country that the American people want. So there's a whole host of issues that the American people care about that we're going to keep keeping track of to see if they're brought up. If they're not brought up, we're going to be holding CNN accountable. But the advantages Trump has on these issues is massive, and they're on almost every single issue that matters to the American people.
I think it's fair to point out that the first debate between the two, Donald Trump came off as too aggressive. And the criticism has been that he kind of humanized Joe Biden, and there's obviously the potential of doing exactly the same thing and being a little bit too aggressive and making it sound like you're just yelling at an old man, which is just not a good look. Is it fair to say that the president has taken the advice of folks who maybe were critical of that first debate?
Well, what President Trump has been focused on is making sure he is going to hold Joe Biden accountable. He is going to go in there as a fighter, but he's going to be bringing his vision to the American people. He's going to be making sure that he brings his Make America Great Again message on things like inflation, the border, the economy, foreign policy. He's going to be bringing that straight to the American people. That's what he's been focused on, making sure that he holds Joe Biden accountable and then has his message that connects with the American people and that the American people want to see.
So is that to say that he does – I know he asked, I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, he was asking some audience members at one of his rallies, which Donald Trump should I be? Should I be the one who's mean and calling him out, or should I let him talk? Is that you telling us that you expect that he won't be overtly aggressive towards Joe Biden and really focus on the issues?
Well, I'll let President Trump's performance speak for itself. He is a great debater. He's a fantastic debater. And so he has won every single debate that he's been in, and there are so many moments that have come to define modern political history from those debates. From President Trump, the fact that he can think on his feet so quickly, the fact that he has mastery of so many of these facts that Americans want to hear from the president, and the fact that he also has the reality to back it up. So I'm going to let his performance speak for himself. We couldn't be more pumped for it in order to see the debate tonight. And also, I think it's telling that if you look at recent polls, President Trump supporters are a lot more enthusiastic about watching this debate than Joe Biden supporters. And I think it shows that even Joe Biden supporters know that he's not a great debater and are worried about what's going to happen in tonight's debate.
Yeah, we'll see 35 minutes from now, the debate. We'll cover it live right here on KTTH. If you don't have the KTTH app and you're about to leave your car, make sure you download it so you can stream the debate wherever it is you are. We've been talking with Tommy Pigott. He's the Strategic Communications Director over at RNC. Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Of course. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. When we come back, we're going to dive into another local political issue ahead of the debate. It's debate night right here on KTTH.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies. to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines and I was able to sleep through the night. And that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-3536, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for Bellevue Rare Coins, voted best gold and rare coin shop in the Pacific Northwest. Check it out. When you go to BellevueRareCoins.com, you will look at the price of gold, and you will say to yourself, oh my gosh, I need to go ahead and finally sell some of this idle gold jewelry or coins that I've been having just sort of collect dust, not really doing anything. You should take advantage, but if that's not what you got, it's all good. They buy rings, they buy diamonds, they buy watches and bullion. They buy what you've got, and you're going to get top dollar because this is a business that has streamlined the entire process of figuring out just truly what the value of your goods actually are. There's a reason why they've been doing this for so long. It's because they treat everyone with respect and honesty. I suggest you go check them out. You can go to one of their 4 locations across the Puget Sound: Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, or Tacoma. And of course, you can go online, BellevueRareCoins.com.
Put your phone on D&D. That means do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D. That means do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Is a reverse mortgage right for you? Steve Teitler from Best Mortgage has another real-life reverse mortgage success story.
At Best Mortgage, we do reverse mortgages for all kinds of reasons. I had a client that owned a house worth $1.2 million and they owed $233,000. We got them a jumbo reverse mortgage that paid off their mortgage and gave them $448,000 in cash that they used to buy land in another state for their eventual retirement home. And in the meantime, they have no mortgage payment. As we always say at Best Mortgage, a reverse mortgage is great for some people, but it's not right for everyone. That's why I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and more importantly, I always tell you if it's not right for you.
Call Best Mortgage to find out if a reverse mortgage is right for you. They're the reverse mortgage experts giving honest advice you can trust for over 30 years. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. Call 425-649-6000.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Here to react, Seattle Talk Radio host Jason Rantz.
And the rise of soft on crime laws and policies have made it worse.
Our man in the Pacific Northwest, Jason Rantz, is on that.
You keep on bringing us these extraordinary stories from Seattle. It's amazing.
Long form.
So Ruth Guthrie was collecting signatures to get the Libertarian presidential candidate on Washington's ballot this year. And he was doing this all at the Edmonds Art Festival at the Francis Anderson Center, which is a city-owned park. But he ends up getting arrested on charges of criminal trespassing after he refused to leave. He ended up spending some time in jail. Now, apparently, organizers at first asked him to go. He said, no. Then Edmonds PD shows up, asks him to go to the sidewalk. He says, no. And then he ends up at a jail cell. Joining me on the line is Bruce Guthrie. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Jason. Thanks so much for talking to me today.
Now, I can't imagine I'm missing significant details in that you were putting them in a position that essentially forced them to remove you, like stopping people from engaging in the Edmonds Art Festival, which then they would have a right to ask you to go. Is that correct? You were just there collecting signatures?
That's correct. I was not blocking traffic. It was a public event on public property, but it was being managed by a private event manager. And their argument, and I think it's a bogus one, is that because it was a private event manager, they could trespass me. And the fact is, I was not blocking any traffic. If you've ever been to the Edmonds Arts Center, imagine a big open park with a whole bunch of neatly arranged tents in kind of rows like streets and avenues. And I was standing at one of these intersections between one of these streets and avenues where there was lots of traffic going by, and very, very politely asking people if they would, are you registered to vote in Washington? And I'm working on getting a candidate on the ballot. I need to get 2,000 signatures. Will you help me today? Because it's more effective to be polite than to harass people. Well, I was accused of harassing. And of course I wasn't. It was probably, is my supposition, I don't know this to be the case, some left-wing Karen said, oh, here's one of those evil far right-wing libertarians, because they don't understand what libertarians are. Let's try to cancel him using the law.
Yeah.
And lied that I was harassing people.
Well, and in fairness, I will say I find all people who ask for signatures to be annoying, but that does not count, and that is not harassment under the law.
Well, unfortunately, we have to stop people and ask them to sign. And
I get it.
Here we have in Washington State, the power of petitioning is an important check and power on the power, a check and balance on the power of government. And if you make it impossible, you've violated a very important power that's retained by the people. Now, I'm a pretty good signature gatherer. I'm a cheapskate, and so when a great cause comes up, like the Let's Go Washington campaign, I collected about 200 signatures on the first 6 petitions. Oh, wow. I don't send these organizations money just because I'm a quarter Scottish and I'm a cheapskate, but I'm an extrovert, and I happen to find that I'm good at the signature collecting stuff. I've so far on the I-2066, the natural gas ban reversal, I have about 135 signatures so far on that one, 120 mailed in already, another 35 on my clipboards. And then I'm working on this little cause of getting the libertarian candidate on the ballot. We have to get 2,000 signatures.
Yeah, you're a pro. You know what it is you're doing. And I imagine you also know what your rights are. And you're obviously correct. You can look at, Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, we talked a little bit about the other day, but you don't even have to go there. You can go to a Washington State Supreme Court decision in Alderwood Associates v. the Washington Environmental Council. It makes it pretty clear that even on private property, you're able to ask for signatures. There are, again, some caveats. You can't be disrupting business in any significant way or reasonable way. But beyond that, you're pretty free to do what you will.
Yep. And my only minor quibble with what you said is I can't technically be a professional because I've never collected a cent for the signatures. I'm doing
I meant you're a professional in the sense you know exactly what it is you're doing.
I know what you meant, and thank you for the compliment. But you're right about these court cases. There was a recent court case in Pennsylvania where some people were collecting petition signatures in a public park, and they were told to leave. They weren't even arrested, and they sued and got $91,000. Now, I don't want money beyond my court fees, and so, but I fully plan to sue. I'm going to get as much money as my lawyers think I can get. I'm going to compensate my lawyers, and everything else is going to go to noble and good political causes here in Washington State.
Oh, nice. What was the conversation like with the officers? Because I imagine that the private ownership of this group that was running this event, they probably don't know the law. And, I get it. I don't know how many people know the law, but you would expect that the police department would. How did that conversation go?
Well, the first contact was with a fellow named Shane, who is the event manager, and he should know his contract with the city of Edmonds. Section 2.3 of his contract with the city of Edmonds says that he has to preserve the right to freedom of speech during the event and on the property. So he was violating his contract with the city of Edmonds. But so the police come up to me, and they're scary fellas in body armor, and there are 4 of them, and there's just one of me, and I'm an old 60-year-old gray-haired, balding dad. You look at me and say, oh, that guy's an old dad. That's what I look like. And so these guys were kind of scary. They tell me, you got to move 20 feet over there to this sidewalk, where, by the way, there's no traffic, right? I couldn't have collected where they wanted me to move.
Yeah.
And I just said, look, gentlemen, politely and respectfully, this is my First Amendment right to be here. It's also my right to liberty under the 5th and 14th Amendments. And if you arrest me, you will be committing a civil rights act or civil rights violation. And it won't just accrue to your department because the Nuremberg defense is an invalid defense, right? I was just following orders.
Mm-hmm.
It's an invalid defense. And your qualified immunity will not protect you. If you arrest me, you personally will be responsible for a civil rights violation. And I'm not one of these defund the police types. I love it when police are out arresting murderers, rapists, and thieves. That's what they should be doing. But they're going after a 60-year-old guy collecting petition signatures and totally peacefully, not harassing anybody. I wanted them to know that they personally were responsible for the civil rights violation.
What did they say to that?
They said nothing. They said, isn't it kind of silly, they used the word silly, of you to get arrested over this? And, I didn't have a response at the time, but my goodness, it's silly for me to stand up for my rights? That's one of the least silly things around. So these guys arrested me, and, it briefly occurred to me, I weigh 240 pounds. It occurred to me to plunk on my butt and let these 4 guys carry me. It would have taken all 4 of them. But I thought, that's just going to piss them off, and then I'm resisting arrest. So I went totally meekly and kindly and politely. I told them about my little Swiss Army knife in my pocket. Don't worry, it's closed. It's not going to poke you. And so they load me into the cop car with handcuffed behind my back. Now, when you're old, you lose flexibility in your shoulders. And they handcuffed me pretty tight. And they wanted me to sit with my handcuffed behind my back in this cop car. And it hurts. It's putting a lot of pressure. They did add another cuff, which was nice. But still, they told me it was going to be a 20 to 30-minute car ride to Snohomish Jail in Everett from the Edmonds Arts Festival. It actually took about 55 minutes. So I'm in the back of this car, and it's hurting.
I bet.
And I'm telling these guys, I'm a tough guy. I can take this pain, but I feel guilty that my tax dollars are going to this mild form of torture against other people. Everybody who's arrested is going to be handcuffed with their handcuffs behind their backs and put in a cop car. And there has to be a non-painful way to restrain people, to keep the officers safe and keep the criminal from running away. But it was a mild form of torture. So then I get there, and they strip searched me, and I won't go into details on that because it ain't pretty. I'll just say this. It's my sympathy goes out to the poor officer that had to see me. No amount of eye bleach is going to help him with that horrible memory of seeing me in that state. So then I was put into a holding cell, and it was solitary confinement for 4 hours. And then I thought that was bad. And then they put 2 rather scary gentlemen in the cell with me.
Yeah,
and
so I bet you wanted the solitary confinement again.
But actually, we got on famously.
Oh, good.
The other story
you made 2 friends.
I did make 2 friends. The other story I kind of want to relate to you is the mugshot. Because I'm not a Trump voter, although I do think he's the lesser of evils in this race. I'm a libertarian, and I've been voting libertarian since 92.
We all have our flaws, Bruce.
Well, it's probably only about 20% of your relationships are consider themselves libertarians, and I understand that, and I respect the conservative folks. But one thing, love him or hate him, one thing you have to say about Trump is he took a rockin' mugshot.
Yep.
That mugshot got him support. It was a total backfire. The Democrats wanted to make him look bad, and they wanted to publicize this mugshot, and it got him more support. So I thought, man, I want to do that too. So when it came time for the mugshot, I did the same pose. I looked through my eyebrows, and I scowled like I was saying, this is a total injustice. And
well, you're right. It was a total injustice. Look, I mean, it seems pretty clear. You're in a position where, to your point, you're going to sue. You don't want to make any money off of this, but I'm curious, do you want to take money from the individual officers?
Well, I feel really guilty taking money from the taxpayers. Only about a quarter to a third of the of the taxpayers voted for the Edmonds Town Council, Edmonds City Council.
Sure.
I don't have a beef with taxpayers, and I'm a taxpayer, and I want taxes to be lower, and I want government to be smaller. But the system is what the system is. To the extent that I can sue the officers separately and their supervisor, to the extent that I can sue the organizer of the Edmonds Arts Festival, those are the people who really did the injustice.
Sure.
But I think unfortunately the system is set up such that I have to sue the Edmonds Police, which is the city of Edmonds, and I have to sue the Edmonds Arts Festival, which I think may be associated with the Chamber of Commerce. I don't have a beef with them.
No, but you got to go through the system the way that it's intended to go through. I mean, at the end of the day, that's your hands are you are handcuffed. You have to go through the process. I suppose if they come out and say, because I have to imagine that the city attorney is going to say, yeah, that we're going to lose this. We're obviously going to lose this. Let's not waste a whole bunch of money fighting this. If they come out and they offer some sort of settlement, whatever that might look like, is that something of interest, or are you looking to make this into a political point, which is a valid one, which is to stand up for your rights?
Well, there's phase 1 and phase 2. I'm charged with criminal trespass 2. Criminal trespass 1 would be if I was inside a building. It's criminal trespass 2 because I was out in the park.
And that'll get tossed.
And hopefully that'll get tossed, but that's phase 1 because I don't want to spend 90 days in jail. That's maximum penalty for this, or $1,000 fine. Phase 2 is going to be my suit, and I definitely my fantasy would be that this case serves as precedent in Washington State, and that there are new training policies put in place so that police officers know that they can't arrest people for collecting petition signatures.
Yeah. Look, you're obviously on the right side of this, unless you've conveniently left out a whole bunch of details that would give them the right, and I don't think you have. You clearly were wronged here. It was inappropriate to put you in jail. It was inappropriate to trespass you to begin with. And I hope you do end up sending a clear message to not just the city of Edmonds, but anyone in this state that, yeah, guess what? As much as you might be annoyed by someone's personal political views and what's being put on that petition to get a signature, yeah, you don't get to decide whether or not, especially on public property, that you're not going to allow that kind of speech. It's clearly wrong, and you're clearly in the right. I'll give you the last word.
Thank you so much for your support. Well, Thomas Jefferson said it's the natural progress of things for government to advance in power and for liberty to retreat.
Yeah.
And the only way we stop this, the only way we stop police officers who don't quite have the idea of what they're supposed to be doing, which is defending our rights, is we have to push back. We have to stand up, and when the officer says move, you don't move. We have to, I support the police, but I was within my rights. And more people have to get arrested. More people have to get arrested every once in a while. It has to happen to defend our rights, to keep government from expanding its power.
Yeah, and look, it's also a possibility that they just weren't trained in this, and that says something about the system, and they should be trained on this. I'm super pro cop. I don't like the idea of personally suing officers and taking their funds. I understand your point. Certainly, I'm on your side with your point. I feel a little uneasy about the police aspect to it, but look, you're right. It doesn't get any more crystal clear than that. Actually, before I let you go, you're in the room with two other people in the jail cell. I'm assuming you shared your stories. What are you in for? Did you feel weird telling them what you were in for?
So everybody in the prison is innocent, right?
Exactly.
Everybody in the jail is innocent. But it reminds me an old song by Arlo Guthrie called Alice's Restaurant, where they were sitting on the Group W bench. I don't know if you're familiar with this reference, but we became fast friends. We got to know each other. One guy was accused of threatening to kill his landlady. Oh. Another one was accused of damaging his own car radio, which was jointly owned with his wife. Anyway, these nice guys, we got along famously. And I wish I knew where they were and whether they'd gotten out or not.
I mean, maybe you want to keep a little bit of a distance from someone accused of threatening to kill their wife, but I mean, or the landlord. Outside of that, I'm glad it went well for you. At least you weren't completely tortured in all of this. We've been talking with Bruce Guthrie. Thank you so much, my friend, for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jason. I'm a big fan. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much. You're listening to the Jason Rantz Show. When we come back, we will wrap things up ahead of this debate. We've got the live debate, President Donald Trump versus President Joe Biden. Who will come out on top? Who will slur his way and maybe even fall asleep throughout the debate? Well, we'll be finding out in just about, 15 minutes from now. I'm excited to know you are as well. We'll wrap up our analysis when we return on the Jason Rantz Show.
Bonneville, Seattle, and AM 770 KTTH are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
It's the Yardley Institute. As a patient there, I've met a bunch of my fellow patients. In fact, I've interviewed a bunch. I met a lady who couldn't garden anymore. Her hands wouldn't work. The people at the Yardley Institute provided care for the brain-body connection. The pain was gone, and she could do her beloved gardening again. The brain-body connection is the key. Here's success stories from over 100 patients just like me at yardleyinstitute.org. You don't need to be in pain. Book your consultation now at yardleyinstitute.org.
When you've got unwanted jewelry, coins, precious metals, or paper money, you usually wind up asking, what's it worth? Well, since 1958, folks have been finding the answer to that question at one place, Northgate Rare Coins.
And our customers usually like what they hear. Hi, I'm Brian from Northgate Rare Coins. Now is a great time to turn your old, dusty valuables into cash. That estate jewelry could be a sunny summer getaway, or maybe Grandpa's broken watch is a shiny new bike. My brother Brennan and I don't have fancy showrooms or high-pressure sales pitches. We take the time to inspect every piece, verify the materials and their condition, and we give you an honest, upfront appraisal. With Northgate Rare Coins, a lot of the time, we can offer you the best value for your items. But if we can't, we'll tell you that too.
Got unwanted jewelry, coins, precious metals, paper money, and want to know what's it worth? Find out today at Northgate Rare Coins. See them online at northgatecs.com. Or in Linwood, see the coin market off 164th Street, northgatecs.com.
Unprecedented rebates on insulation means more money in your pocket. Dave Ross here for American Crawl Space and Pest Services. Through Puget Sound Energy, American Crawl Space and Pest Services gives out more rebates than any other company in this region. With unprecedented insulation rebates, homeowners can now hire the best, that being Mark and his team at American Crawl, at a huge discount. So don't wait. Get the product and quality you deserve at the price you can afford. American Crawl, the team to call. Visit them online at americancrawl.com. That's americancrawl.com.
Okay, so you're thinking about a used truck or SUV or maybe even a crossover or a sedan. And you want to go to Sunset because you get warranty, protection for life, and oil changes for life on every single qualifying vehicle, saving thousands down the road. It's a Sunset exclusive. So here's the problem. Keeping track of all the Sunset websites looking for used vehicles. There's one for Chevy, one for Ford, one for Kia, and another one for Mitsubishi, and that's just the new vehicle sites. There's also Sunset Trucks and Sunset Auto Family. But again, you want a used vehicle. So let's make it easy. SunsetUsed.com. That's it, sunsetused.com. All of Sunset's used inventory on one easy site, sunsetused.com. You'll see what dealership has the vehicle you're looking for with completely transparent pricing. Now remember, the only difference in used vehicle pricing is in the reconditioning. Some dealers do it and some don't. But Sunset has to be able to provide warranty protection for life. People who do their research, pick Sunset because you just get more at Sunset, like sunsetused.com. And people do like that.
AM 770 KTTH is here for you. Be a part of the conversation.
Imagine how bad it must be as a parent, be in a position where you can't publicly state any kind of disagreement with a teacher without fear of that teacher's wrath.
Keep yourself informed through our social media.
The president and his administration, his policies, I think that they have led in some ways indirectly to a lot of chaos, instability.
Follow AM 770 KTTH on X, formerly known as Twitter. This is AM 770 KTTH. The Jason Rantz Show.
Let's bring in our man in the Pacific Northwest, KTTH Seattle talk radio host Jason Rantz. Great to have you with us to tell people a little bit more about this.
Jason Rantz is in focus now.
Jason Rantz, thank you for your reporting on that.
The quick hit.
Well, we are about 10 minutes away from the live debate, the first presidential debate, one of two, possibly three. Former President Donald Trump takes on current President Joe Biden, and there are a lot of issues that we certainly hope will be brought up. We're dealing with CNN That ensures that we're going to get a whole lot of Jan 6 talk, I'm sure. Fascism, blah, 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 blah. But that's not what people want to talk about. In fact, over at Fox News talked to some random voters just to see what's on their mind, what they're hoping to hear from tonight's debate. And what should not be seen as shocking is that many people want to know about the economy.
Definitely the economy. A lot of us are struggling. It's working multiple jobs just to make ends meet. It feels like the 70s all over again.
Our economy.
I think that the state of our economy with inflation is a big issue, along with the raise of our minimum wage.
Now, I am very curious what the language will be, the choice of framing from not just the moderators, but on this particular issue, Joe Biden, who's been saying, along with his administration and his surrogates for the campaign, that the economy is super strong. It's so amazing. We are having inflation go down. Yeah, go down from a record high, but not down. Yeah, the economy is strong on paper, no doubt, but inflation is killing people. And those who now have mostly recovered from all of that pain from inflation, the ones who now, because it is lower than the historic high, can start to afford things a little bit more comfortably again, they don't forget the pain that they felt when they went to the grocery store. They're not going to forget the pain they felt when they were going to any retail shop, restaurant, gas station, veterinarian's office, their own doctor's office. They're still feeling that. They still feel anger. They still feel resentment. And they certainly remember what it was like under Donald Trump when we didn't have this problem. But what else is on the mind of the voters? The other big issue, immigration.
The basics, jobs, everybody needs work. Right now, they got a whole lot of immigrants out here from different places. The same thing Trump was talking about a long time ago is happening.
About the immigrants, because they're human, they're people, but it's a lot of favoritism going towards the immigrants for some reason. And, you know, us New Yorkers are keeping quiet about it mostly. But I would love for them to talk about that, how they're gonna move forward, because they're doing a lot of crazy stuff.
There are more and more and more people thinking exactly the same way. They might not say it the same way, but they're thinking the same thing. Why is it that in Chicago or in New York or in Denver, you are giving up spaces for the community to people in this country illegally who did not choose to go through the right way, but choose to go through the wrong way? Now, again, what's the framing going to be? Will there be any acknowledgement that we've seen historic highs under Donald Trump or under Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, who is deporting a whole lot of people and actually took border security seriously? Or are we going to get the Republicans and Trump? They stopped a bipartisan bill that wouldn't actually do anything. And oh my gosh, look at the numbers now. We have 40% fewer people. Well, you're kind of fudging the numbers a little bit in your definitions. Will there be any acknowledgement from the moderators that things have been bad? I wonder. One dad said he hopes that social issues, specifically around kids, comes up.
You know, I have a 12-year-old child, so children and not compromising their innocence really means something to me. And with that, that's probably the most debated issue for myself.
And that's a debated issue for a lot of parents, particularly the ones who understand, like most Americans, that gender is not fluid, that it is inherently unfair to have biological boys competing against biological girls. It's not fair. The idea of introducing pornographic material to children at a young age, not a good idea. The idea of allowing youth to run away for quote-unquote health care, including gender surgeries, without parental consent, parents aren't okay with that. Will that come up? And then, of course, the question is, are you even going to watch the debate or listen to the debate? Or afterwards, are you going to listen to or read any kind of coverage of the debate, analysis?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I guess so. We'll be watching it.
More than likely not.
No, I just wait on the sound bites. Oh, yeah.
I've been watching him since 2016, whenever he first started. So, I mean, I fully plan on watching any of them, all of them.
I have an hour at the end of the day to myself, and that's not how I'm going to spend it.
Probably, yeah, just to see who's going to be the next president, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'm absolutely going to watch the debate. I think it's one of the most pivotal debates in the history of our country.
I'll probably tune in just to see, what has to be said. As I mentioned, it's not going to influence my vote, but, it's entertainment at this point.
Well, I'm hoping, now that you're listening right now, now that you're about 5 minutes away from the debate, you're very interested. You will be tuned in, not just for the live debate coverage, but the post-debate analysis from Fox News right after the debate. And then tomorrow, all throughout KTTH, from Armstrong and Getty into Dan Bongino, Guy Benson, and then, of course, Jason Rantz, we'll be talking about the highlights, the lowlights, and what this means for this upcoming presidential election. You're listening to the Jason Rantz Show. Live debate coverage starts in just a few moments.
At State Roofing, we don't just install roofs, we build peace of mind. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing, and we stand firmly behind our work, protecting your investment for years to come. Backed by warranties that offer you protection, reliability, and trust long after the project. Take advantage of our zero down, zero payments, and zero interest today. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com for a free estimate.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Jason Rantz here for Bellevue Rare Coins, where you get transparent expertise. You rely on Bellevue Rare Coins for honest and accurate assessments because this is what they do. Their expert evaluations mirror the genuine worth of everything that you're offering, giving you some peace of mind and clarity. In fact, they've streamlined the process to put you first. They make valuation straightforward and hassle-free. Visit one of Bellevue Rare Coins' 4 locations in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, or Tacoma, or visit them online at BellevueRareCoins.com.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, or CVS.
Your home for conservative thought. 770 KTTH Seattle. 94.5 K233DT East Lake. 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
So Trump has a lot of arguments to make, but he also has shown the ability to get sidetracked and to focus on personal issues or focus on some of the areas that he likes to talk about when it comes to the 2020 election.
We are really just within the final few seconds here, Josh, Jessica. It will be a fascinating 90 minutes, to be sure. To your point, Josh, a lot of questions about age, mental fitness for the president, a lot of questions about temperament and control for the former president. Again, this CNN presidential debate happening in CNN studios in downtown Atlanta, a different format veering away from the Commission on Presidential Debates. So without further ado, let's get to the main event. It is time for the Fox News Democracy 24 special coverage of the CNN presidential debate simulcast on Fox News Radio.
His case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Folks, how are you? Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any, this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% or 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was, an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But You have to get elected also, and because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, it's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have, everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat-run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where, when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed under his administration, killed an al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its 3rd year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything, no money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president, they attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number 2, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number 3, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I
as
never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
Acceptable. No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then do you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are two different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any, they were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all, you got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this. Because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there, with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing, the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. my retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. Well, you want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam, and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you heard any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. They spoke to the mother, and they asked him, they said, what do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones, he said, I think they're fine people on both sides. What American president would ever say, Nazis coming out of fields, carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas, were fine people? This is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. The good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day, it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Fox News Audio's Democracy 24 special coverage of the CNN presidential debate simulcast on Fox News Radio continues next. The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com.
I'm Dana Perino, co-host of The Five and co-anchor of America's Newsroom. Join me for my podcast, Perino on Politics. Every Monday, I'm going to talk to people I trust in politics as they tell me what they're seeing and thinking in the 2024 election cycle. The summer's kicking off with heated issues, and this week's guest is coming in hot. I'm joined by the host of The Ben Shapiro Show, Ben Shapiro, as we discuss everything from the state of the presidential race to the state of our culture. Available now on Apple, Spotify, and FoxNewsPodcasts.com.
This is House Call for Health. A girl in Illinois gets more than 100 board games for her birthday. 10-year-old Maya Schaub raised more than $1,000 on GoFundMe and used the money to buy 130 board games. The games, though, aren't for Maya. She donated them to Advocate Children's Hospital.
I know going to the hospital can be scary, especially for kids. I want kindness to be contagious and everybody to appreciate each other and respect each other. Candyland, Micro, Series, Simon. We got a lot of games.
Certified child life specialist at the hospital, Katie Steinberg, telling Fox TV affiliate WFLD, quote, "It blew me away when she told me how much she raised and how many board games she got and the care that she puts into all of her donations. You can tell that she is such a caring person." Maya's past service projects include Birthday in a Box for people who couldn't risk getting sick during the pandemic and a free food pantry outside a public library. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health, I'm Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
Listen to the all-new Brett Baier podcast featuring Common Ground, in-depth talks with lawmakers from opposite sides of the aisle, along with all your Brett Baier favorites like his all-star panel and much more. Available now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. A staggering projection from the Congressional Budget Office. The nonpartisan legislative scorekeeper says the federal budget deficit will hit $1.9 trillion for fiscal year 2024. That's $400 billion higher than what the CBO forecast in February. The budget deficit is the gap between what the government rakes in and spending. The CBO cites a handful of reasons, among them legislation to provide $95 billion in aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. Medicaid spending is up, and bank failures contributed $70 billion to the deficit. Another factor in the projection increase was President Biden's student loan policies. That includes canceling loans, adjusting loan balances, and implementing a new repayment plan. The CBO says those policies added $145 billion to the deficit. Other elements have also increased the deficit over the past few months, including higher interest rates that makes it more expensive for the government to pay its debt. And the continuing impact of the 2017 Trump tax cut legislation also adds to the deficit. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Now, back to Fox News Audio's Democracy 24 special coverage of the CNN presidential debate simulcast on Fox News Radio.
Welcome back to the CNN presidential debate live from Georgia. Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family first-time home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest was forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for the health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across The country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
Slow the climate crisis.
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges, I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything? We're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control. One of the largest polluters in the world, #1. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people to learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate. I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every pharmaceutical company, cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
So every day, millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time of the first one they get when they're 18 years old.